Managing for the whole means managing for the connections between things. A central part of the rise of environmental awareness over the past few decades has been a growing recognition of the linear model to our existing economy. Indeed, today this linear model is probably the most often identified and criticized structural feature to our existing industrial economy, driving unsustainable results. This linear economic model is captured in the popular description of the economy as a process of take, make, and dispose. But as the economy has grown and reached planetary limits, inputs are appearing more limited, and outputs have become increasingly detrimental to ecosystems. As limits are increasingly met, the emphasis is shifting from gross throughput of material and energy to the internal organization through which those resources are utilized. This new form of economy is called the circular economy, built on the idea of feedback loops that things don't just disappear. Materials and energy go on existing after we use them, and this can be a massive source of value. The circular approach is a concept that has risen to prominence and takes its central insights from living systems. It considers that our systems should work like organisms, processing nutrients that can be fed back into the cycle. From this perspective, a sustainable economy is one without dead ends, with solutions in a sustainable economy built on closing loops between different energy and material flows and converting them into cycles. This nonlinear life cycle view to products and processes necessitates a more complex, holistic view of the systems we design and manage. One that looks for the synergistic connections, works with feedback loops and whole systems instead of discrete, one-off products. Developing a truly circular economy requires diversity and the interconnecting of different systems. Systems and processes that are all the same consume the same resources and produce the same outputs, without the capacity to cycle them between the different elements. It is only by connecting different systems in the right way that we can harness their differences to create synergies between them. Diversity has to be built into the structure of the economy, with different processes and systems coexisting and thriving off of each other's differences. A sustainable economy is one that does not just manage for things, but for how those things are interconnected and interrelated to form synergies that enable the continuous cycling of resources. A sustainable economy is a dematerialized economy, where innovation is focused on delivering greater functionality with ever less material demand. One that can deliver more services with less stuff. One of the most environmentally destructive elements to the linear economic model has been its incentive structure that drives businesses to overproduce and people to overconsume in what has come to be called the consumer society. The industrial model was based on the mass production of tangible products that were pushed out to end users. Mass production meant that companies had to sell en masse, which gave rise to mass marketing and the creation of a consumer culture that went global with globalization. In this product-based transactional paradigm, there was a strong divide between the producer and consumer around the point of transactions due to the fact that both customer and producer had different incentives and motives that ran largely contrary to each other. Over the past couple of decades, with the rise of information technology, has come a new model to value delivery called the services economy. A services economy is one where the focus is on the service delivered, the actual outcomes of a process. It is based on the system's delivered functionality instead of the amount of resources consumed in the production of the product. By shifting the producer's revenue stream away from the production of products and focusing it on the delivery of functionality, servicization is a powerful approach for breaking the core dynamic driving the consumerist economic model, With servicization, ownership of the product stays with the producer, and its maintenance likewise remains their responsibility. In such a way, they are incentivized to produce less while delivering more functionality. The end result is an alignment of the interests of the end user with producer and sustainable outcomes for the overall system. Services are the idea that people have access to services instead of simply the ownership of products. This is where economy goes to networked information technology. Information technology and online platforms enable us to easily and cheaply coordinate the exchange and temporary usage of resources, thus working to make access easier and cheaper than ownership. In this way, extra capacity can be created through more effective organization instead of actually producing more products. A sustainable economy would be one that is able to focus its innovation and resources not on producing more products, but on delivering greater functionality through the intelligent coordination of existing resources. A sustainable economy would be one where we manage for the whole life cycle, where systems are adaptable and resilient, capable of evolving in response to major changes in the environment. Our economies have co-evolved with the natural environment over centuries and millennia. Many of our industrial systems are adapted to normal operating environments, but these normal environmental conditions may not be present in the future. The natural environment is changing in very profound, unpredictable, and most likely irreversible ways. Within this context, there is a manifest need to shift from systems that are optimized for efficiency within stable and predictable environments to those that have a much greater level of adaptive capacity, resilience, and are capable of evolving to meet new requirements. Whether we are talking about technology infrastructure or social institutions, the centralized systems of organization we developed during the industrial age are inherently static. They are built once and then go through a linear life cycle with limited capacity to renew themselves. They were not designed to evolve. The challenge of achieving a sustainable form of development is shifting the emphasis from discrete one-off products to looking increasingly at how they can evolve through their full life cycle. This is a fundamental switch in paradigm from designing systems that are inherently degenerative over time to systems that are inherently regenerative. A central challenge that sustainability presents today is in developing organizations and technology infrastructure that have built-in mechanisms to enable the evolution of their overall structure. Sustainable organizations are organizations that can evolve over time. They do not just develop on the micro level of the parts changing, but they are also able to successfully navigate change on the macro level, allowing for the whole system to change. Responding to systemic change requires building evolutionary mechanisms into the fabric of organizations. Unlike our traditional centralized mechanisms for regulation that can respond effectively to relatively small-scale changes, evolution is the only way for a whole system to respond to a macro-level change. Evolution is a distributed process. No one is in control or can be in control. It is a process whereby many diverse possible solutions have to be tried before the best solutions can be identified. It is a process that involves both diversity but also interaction between the system and its environment in order to identify the best options. Much of our systems of organization are built on a linear model where we try to externalize any form of nonlinearity as it is inherently uncontrollable. In the process, diversity is dumbed down and pushed outside of the organization. The end result is a short-term efficient system, but one that no longer has the diversity and mechanisms for generating overall transformation, thus resulting in a linear life cycle and unsustainable solutions. Developing solutions that can endure over several life cycles means recognizing the need for this evolutionary process and the need for the diversity that fuels it. The challenges presented by the environmental crisis and sustainable development are of a kind that we have not seen before, and we do not currently have coherent solutions to. As a famous person once said, we can't solve problems by using the same kind of thinking we used when we created them. Traditional thinking, institutions, and management methods that created the sustainability crisis will not solve it. As such, the development of truly sustainable global economy would involve a transformation in the deep structure of post-industrial economies to exhibit new functional capabilities. One thing is for sure, though, the development of our socio-ecological systems will continue to evolve rapidly in the coming decades. Building this new form of sustainable economy will be a massively disruptive transformation, and there will be many surprises and pitfalls along the way, with many widely divergent outcomes remaining possible.
Selamat datang di Sekolah Pasca Sarjana Unpad.
Sekolah Pasca Sarjana Universitas Pajajaran berdiri pada tahun 1983 yang pertama kali dipimpin oleh Profesor Dr. Insinyur Jaja Sukanta MSc, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Haji Burhan Arif, Profesor Dr. A. Jaja Saifullah DRS MA, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Mahfud Arifin MS, Profesor Dr. Hendarmawan MSc, Dr. Randa Mudianti Rahmatunisa MA PhD, dan saat ini oleh Dr. Med Setiawan sebagai dekan dan wakil dekan Dr. R. Ira Irawati MSI. Mengembangkan dan memantapkan program pascasarjana dalam menghasilkan magister dan doktor yang memiliki keunggulan profesional.
Sekolah pascasarjana mempunyai keunikan karena mengelola berbagai program studi multi dan transdisiplin. Hal ini tentu sejalan dengan luaran pendidikan yang diharapkan pada jenjang magister dan doktor untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang mempunyai kemampuan berpikir, bekerja sama, memimpin, dan mensolusikan berbagai tantangan dan permasalahan melalui pendekatan multi dan transdisiplin.
Sekolah Pascasarjana Unpad ikut mendukung visi Unpad bermanfaat dan mendunia dengan menyelenggarakan program akademik yang menjawab berbagai tantangan nasional dan global. Penelitian yang dilaksanakan oleh para mahasiswa sesuai roadmap program studi telah menghasilkan kontribusi dalam berbagai bidang. Sebagai contoh, di era COVID-19, penelitian bioteknologi telah menghasilkan inovasi yang digunakan secara luas untuk screening. Tantangan pandemi COVID-19 di berbagai sektor, termasuk pariwisata, juga menjadi concern riset pariwisata berkelanjutan. Isu lingkungan dan keberlanjutan yang masih menjadi tantangan global senantiasa menjadi fokus riset pada program studi ilmu lingkungan, ilmu keberlanjutan, dan manajemen sumber daya hayati. Sementara itu, kebijakan berbasis bukti pada suatu kawasan tertentu menjadi fokus utama riset program studi inovasi regional.
Keberadaan program pascasarjana sangatlah penting dalam mewujudkan eksistensi sebuah universitas di dunia akademis. Hal ini sangatlah disadari dan dicoba diwujudkan dalam visi program pascasarjana Universitas Pajajaran. Program studi pascasarjana Unpad terdiri dari Doktor Bioteknologi, Doktor Ilmu Lingkungan, Magister Inovasi Regional, Magister Manajemen Sumber Daya Hayati, Magister Ilmu Bioteknologi, Magister Ilmu Lingkungan, Magister Ilmu Berkelanjutan, Magister Pariwisata Berkelanjutan.
Dokter Ilmu Lingkungan di Unpad didirikan untuk mencetak sarjana-sarjana S3 atau doktor dengan kemampuan filosofis di dalam menyelesaikan masalah-masalah lingkungan hidup dan juga pembangunan berkelanjutan, serta memiliki kemampuan mengembangkan, mengelola, dan juga mengaplikasikan riset-riset yang terkait dengan lingkungan hidup dengan pendekatan yang inter dan transdisipliner untuk kemaslahatan masyarakat baik tingkat nasional, regional, dan juga internasional.
Program studi bioteknologi didukung oleh dosen dan peneliti yang mempunyai reputasi di tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Program studi bioteknologi didukung oleh berbagai pusat studi, pusat penelitian, dan pusat unggulan yang ada di lingkungan Universitas Pajajaran.
Program studi Magister Ilmu Lingkungan hadir sebagai jawaban dari tantangan-tantangan pembangunan berkelanjutan. Sama di University of Twente, kurikulum Magister Ilmu Lingkungan dibangun secara komprehensif dan holistik untuk meningkatkan kompetitiveness dan daya saing dari lulusan. Magister Ilmu Lingkungan telah menjalin kerjasama dengan berbagai mitra internasional, baik itu dalam riset maupun double degree. Di antaranya adalah University of Twente dan juga MIA University, juga dengan mitra-mitra internasional lainnya.
Pariwisata berkelanjutan adalah pariwisata yang mengundang semua pihak, terutama anggota masyarakat, untuk mengelola sumber daya dengan cara memenuhi kebutuhan ekonomi, sosial, dan estetika sambil memastikan keberlanjutan budaya lokal, habitat alam, keanekaragaman hayati, dan sistem pendukung penting lainnya.
Program Pascasarjana Unpad dalam penyelenggaraan programnya menjalin kerjasama dengan pihak-pihak lain di luar universitas, baik dengan perguruan tinggi negeri dan swasta dalam dan luar negeri, maupun instansi pemerintahan. Antara lain kerjasama dalam 1. Menyelenggarakan program studi. 2. Pengiriman mahasiswa. 3. Bantuan pengajar dan kerjasama penelitian.
Manajemen sumber daya hayati adalah salah satu program studi di Sekolah Pasca Sarjana Unpad yang berbasis multidisiplin. Jadi di program studi kami melakukan kajian 3 hal pokok atau tiga hal utama yang sedang kita kaji sampai saat ini adalah pertama adalah bio-based ekonomi, yang kedua adalah bioprospecting, yang ketiga adalah bioremediation. Jadi ketiga hal ini kita menata kelola sumber daya hayati dari tanaman, ternak, hewan, ikan, dan biota perspektif lainnya, termasuk juga wildlife untuk kesejahteraan bersama.
Program studi Sustainability Science dimaksudkan untuk mengubah perspektif masyarakat dalam memahami interaksi manusia dan lingkungan dalam konteks keberlanjutan. Program studi Sustainability Science diharapkan menghasilkan lulusan yang memiliki pola berpikir holistik, mampu menerapkan pendekatan transdisiplin, dan mengapresiasi keberagaman.
Selamat datang di program studi Magister Inovasi Regional disingkat MIR, Sekolah Pasca Sarjana Universitas Padjadjaran. Keunikan dari Prodi MIR karena menerapkan proses pembelajaran dengan blended learning yang memadukan kegiatan pembelajaran, riset, dan pengabdian pada masyarakat berdasarkan kebutuhan di lapangan yang dikaji secara multidisiplin agar terbentuk suatu sistem inovasi regional yang melibatkan kolaborasi antar pemangku kebijakan.
Beberapa perguruan tinggi luar negeri yang telah bekerja sama antara lain dengan University of Marburg dan Bochum, Jerman, Zensee, Belanda, Osaka University, Jepang, Kentucky and Berkeley, USA, Monash, Australia, serta UKM dan UPM Malaysia.
Melihat kompleksitas permasalahan dan tantangan masa kini dan masa depan yang semakin berkembang, maka pilihan untuk meningkatkan kapasitas diri dan juga lembaga di Sekolah Pasca Sarjana Unpad adalah suatu keputusan yang tepat. Berpikir dan bertindak multi dan transdisiplin adalah kompetensi utama insani di era society 5.0. So, mengapa tidak kita bergabung di Sekolah Pasca Sarjana Unpad?
Nanti tempat ini selama 1 dan 2 hari besok akan menjadi tempat utama kita belajar bersama. Kita sekarang sudah berada di sebuah lokasi yang walurat ya, istilahnya dalam bahasa Inggris. Walurat itu apa adanya lah gitu, tempatnya seperti begini adanya. Silakan dinikmati, enak nggak enak, bagus nggak bagus, karena memang kita berangkat bukan dari sesuatu yang sifatnya artifisial, tapi lebih bagaimana kita justru lebih dekat kepada natural.
Conference Netic. All participants keep mic muted during this event unless invited to turn them on. The presenter, please use the code in front of the name based on oral presentation, parallel room 1, PR1, parallel room 2, PR2, parallel room 3, PR3, parallel room 4, PR4, and poster presenter, PP. Example, PR1 underscore full name, PR2 underscore full name, and PP underscore full name. Please fill out the attendance list and Q&A list through the fileable link. For Q&A session, the committee will pick the questionnaire based on the Q&A list. This event has following the health and safety protocol. All guests has been vaccinated and our studio has been disinfected gradually. Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. I hope you are doing well amidst all the challenges unchanged during this pandemic. My name is Dwi Putri. It is my pleasure to welcome you to today's e-conference, International Colloquium on Youth, Environment, Sustainability 2021. Usual for Sustainable Environment and Lifestyle. Before we start this event, I'd like to thank you for joining us on Zoom. Welcome to the Honorable Professor Dr. Ir Hender Marwan, MSc, as the Vice Rector for Research and Innovation of Pajajaran University. The Honorable Haji Diana Sari, STMMGT PhD, as Director for Innovation and Corporation of Pajajaran University. The Honorable Keynote Speaker, Mr. Osamu Saito, and invited speaker, Mr. Sunardi, Mr. Deepak Kumar, Mrs. Anisha Jagler, and Mr. Roy Hayesman. And last but not least, the Honorable cast, and 300 more audience on Zoom and more on YouTube. This event was attended by more than 25 education, governance, and private institutions. This event was brought to you by the Center for Environment and Sustainability Science, Pajajaran University. You can also access this webinar from InfoCast YouTube channel. And first of all, we will listen to the national anthem of Republic of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, please kindly stand up. Thank you very much, and please have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, to kick off today's event, I'd like to invite Professor Dr. Ir Hender Marwan as the Vice Rector for Research and Innovation of Pajajaran University to deliver his more welcoming speech. Professor Hender Marwan, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Professor Parikesit, Head of Center for Environment and Sustainability Science, University of Pajajaran. And let me to greet to all speakers, the Honorable Mr. Osamu Saito, PhD, the Honorable Mr. Sunadi, PhD, the Honorable Mr. Deepak Kumar Perma, PhD, the Honorable Mrs. Anesia Ziegler, PhD, the Honorable Mr. Roy Huisman, PhD, the Honorable the Dean of Postgraduate School of Pajajaran University, the Honorable the Chairman and team for this academic meeting, and to all participants being happy, and also my greet to senior from the chess, Professor Bukan Abdullah, Professor Eri, and Professor Johan. First of all, I would like to deeply thanks to Center for Environment and Sustainability Science, or CHASE, that led by the Professor Parikesit, who asked me to open this colloquium. This is the first of me to open the colloquium since 90 months I am becoming a vice rector. It is almost to open the academic meeting related with the seminar or symposium. So this academic meeting with how to say a quite different style as colloquium. So far, participants with different their major can take benefit. The theme of this colloquium is also very interesting, especially for me, with involving the young generation, and also environment and sustainability. We know that in the world, we face a couple of problems or crises that we have been run into the worst condition, such as a big problem, I think, climate change, that we also see that the impact of various diseases as we know today in global areas. So this, it is very important to the young generation who will be expert and concerned to the environment, how to make or to create all activity will related with the all human being needs, better than better thinking, and of course, finally, having models, formulas for the sustainability in all sectors. In this opportunity, I hope with this colloquium, we can share knowledge and experiences each other, and all participants can achieve a knowledge of the good ways for the sustainability of our environment. Finally, on behalf of our rector of Pajajaran University, I would like to appreciate to Professor Parikesit and all the team, to all speakers, and also to the chairman and the team of this academic meeting with saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Praise be to God, to Allah. I opening formally the International Colloquium on Youth, Environment, and Sustainability 2021. Have a nice colloquium to all participants. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Hendarmawan, for the opening remark. And before we come to the main event, let us chanting prayer that will be recited by Mr. Anwar Nasruddin. For Mr. Anwar Nasruddin, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Before we start our main event, please we pray to our God. In the name of Allah, the All-Merciful, the All-Compassionate. All praise belong to Allah, Lord of the worlds. O Allah, we ask you by your mercy which embraces all things, and by your strength through which you dominate all things. We come to you this day asking for your blessing and help as we are gathered together in the International Colloquium on Youth, Environment, and Sustainability. O Allah, we ask you by your tremendousness, which has filled all things, and by your knowledge, which encompasses all things, grant us wisdom to understand that every single creature, the birds, the insects, and the beasts are ummah, communities, that serve specified roles in this earth. Grant us proficiency and cleverness to keep all the species and their services so that prosperity will be sustained. Give us intelligence to play our roles as the successive authority. We pray for guidance in the matters at hand. Give us the desire to find ways to excel in our work. Help us to work together and encourage each other to excellence. My Lord, grant me wisdom and join me with the righteous. Bless me with honorable mention among later generations. Make me one of those worthy the garden of bliss. Amin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you very much for Mr. Anwar Nasruddin. And next, for cherish this moment, we are going to take picture together. Our audiences, please kindly turn on your camera, and we are going to take the documentation. Okay, please prepare yourself. 1, 2, 3, and please wait for a moment. You can prepare yourself again, and please kindly turn on your camera. Okay, for the photo, 1, 2, 3. Please wait for a moment. And we are done. Thank you so much for ladies and gentlemen. Before we start our first plenary session, let us show you an art performance. Please enjoy.
Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. bumi tersenyum kembali. Inilah saatnya kita harus kembali menjaga bumi. Inilah saatnya kita harus kembali menjaga bumi. Inilah saatnya kita harus kembali menjaga bumi. Inilah saatnya kita harus kembali menjaga bumi.
I hope you all enjoy the art performance. And now we come to our main event, the plenary session, who will be led by our moderator, Mr. Dika Supiandi. First of all, please allow me to introduce our moderator. Mr. Dika Supiandi, MTMDP, work as lecturer in the Department of Socio-Economy of Agriculture, Pajajaran University, and as researcher at Center for Environment and Sustainability Science, Pajajaran University. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Dika. Mr. Dika Supiandi, good morning. I hand over this platform to you.
Morning, MC. Thank you for the time given to me. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable Vice Rector for Research and Innovation, Universitas Pajajaran, Profesor Hendar Mawan. Yes. Thank you for the time, MC. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable Vice Rector for Research and Innovation, Pajajaran University, Profesor Hendar Mawan. Honorable Director of Innovation and Corporation at Universitas Pajajaran, Dr. Diana Sari. Honorable Chairman of Center for Environment and Sustainability Science, Universitas Pajajaran, Profesor Parikesit. Honorable professors at UNPAD, all speakers, and ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for me to facilitate all of you in this distinctive and important event. Thank you so much. Today's colloquium is about youth's role for sustainable environment and lifestyle. We understand that the way of life of this planet inhabitants has resulted in challenges for their own lifestyle. Can the lifestyle create a sustainable environment, or vice versa, accelerate environmental damage? We also understand that youth is future. They may change the future. Hence, reflecting on that, it is important to bring the issues of environmental sustainability and lifestyle into the youth. Accordingly, it is the time for the young generation to take a role contributing to solution in creating sustainable environment. Ladies and gentlemen, our keynote speaker today is Dr. Osamu Saito. I think I have seen Dr. Saito in this Zoom meeting. Good morning, Dr. Saito.
Good morning.
Morning. So prior to Dr. Saito present the topics, I would like to introduce you the bio of Dr. Osamu Saito. He is a principal policy researcher in the field of biodiversity and environment services. He graduated from the University of Tokyo, Japan, for the PhD in agricultural science, Master of Arts in environmental policy from Tufts University, Massachusetts, the US, Bachelor of Arts in political science from Waseda University, Japan. He is also a principal policy researcher at Institute for Global Environmental Strategies. He served also as academic director at Advanced Study of Sustainability at United Nations University at Tokyo, Japan. He is also a lead author of Regional and Global Assessment Intergovernmental Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services. And he also served as managing editor of the Sustainability Science Journal published by Springer. So before the presentation starts, let me tell you how the presentation will go. Firstly, Dr. Saito will present the topics for about 20 minutes, and then will be followed by question and answer sessions. Now, allow me to welcome the speaker, Dr. Saito, to make his presentation. So, Dr. Saito, please, your time.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me clearly? And also I start sharing the screen. So can you see the screen?
Yeah.
Yes, clear. Okay, great. Thank you very much for introduction, kind introduction, and also I really appreciate Professor Parikesit inviting me to this very important event. The topic is about the sesame science and early career researchers. I would like to introduce especially since I'm a managing editor of the Sesame Science Journal for last 10 years. So I would like to start introducing how this journal has been developed and then also progressing, and also how the early career researcher can also contribute. What is a common kind of dilemma or difficulties early career researcher may face in due course of the proceeding sustainability science research. So in 2006, the journal Sesame Science was launched. The term of Sesame Science has been starting to used in the early year of 2000. There are a couple of the memorial publication, one of the Kate et al. From the Science, identify the kind of critical research question for Sesame Science. But at the core is understanding interaction between human and nature. And when we established this Sesame Science, this also tried to capture, use a systems approach and understanding the intersection or interaction between the global system, the social system, and the human system. So we use three systems and the interaction, how the interaction of the three systems should be transformed to overcome the sustainability challenges, including the ecosystem changes and the climate changes, other resource circulation changes. And then also this discipline cannot be defined by methodology. This Sesame Science can be defined by the problem. So the problem defines the method. So the discipline itself is very dynamic and solution-oriented or problem-driven. And also this does not just provide diagnosis or understanding of the complex issues. This discipline also encourages to provide co-design, the co-creation of the solutions, and also promote partnership with society. So not only a collaboration among the different disciplines across the experts along from the different disciplines, this discipline also encourage researchers to work with society. And in that sense, we also need to enhance the education and the capacity development, not only the citizens, but also the experts themselves need to change to collaborate with society. I don't know if you're familiar with this indicator, impact factor. The impact factor is one of the most common indicator to measure the level or ranking of the journal. So when we started the Sesame Science in 2006, there was no impact factor. After the 3 years, we got the impact factor, but it was less than 1. And then it gradually increasing. And now the latest one is 6.3, which is the very high level of the impact factor among the environmental related journals. And then as you see that especially the increase started from the 2015. What happened in 2015 is that the year of the starting year of the SDG, Sustainable Development Goals. So after the adoption of the UN sustainable goals, this journal became also very popular. And then we got many submissions, many articles relating to the how to implement, how to measure the SDGs, how to promote the implementation of the SDG with collaboration with the different stakeholders, etc., from the different the areas and the different part of the world. So of course, this is not only because of the SDG, but also after the also the COVID-19, the researchers spend more time and for writing articles because of the lockdown, etc. We also received many articles as a result. That is a partial reason. But I think that in general, this area of the systemic science attracts more citation, more publication compared to the other journals. This analysis has been also done by the Elsevier a couple of years ago. So this area of the systemic science attracts like 50% more than citation compared to the other discipline. And when it comes to the impact factor can be calculated the number of the citation for the last 2 years divided by number of the publication for the last 2 years. So that's a very simple formula for the impact factor. And then as you see, we are receiving the many and also the citation, and this is number of the publications. And this is the number of the articles submitted to our journal since 2017. So here you can see the number of the publication, a number of the submission is the indicated by green bar. So by the time of the September or August, we already received 600 manuscript. So we are expecting to have the more than 1,000 the articles will be submitted by the end of this year. So number of submissions are increasing, and but number of the published paper is around or a bit more than 100. And then this year it will be close to 200. But as you see, not all the many papers are rejected. In fact, so the acceptance ratio, as you see, is around the 25 to more or less 25%. So it is quite competitive, and then for the early career researcher, this journal is no more the adequate journal to target to publish their first peer-reviewed paper. But for the mid-career researchers, I think this, or senior researchers, the journal will be the very good platform to disseminate your idea or your achievement around the world. These are some of the core area or domains in our journal. So the solution-oriented research, the framework for integrating science, practice, and policy, innovation policy and institutional collaboration, water, energy, food nexus or nexus approach, not only the water, energy, food, and socio-ecological system, biodiversity conservation, resilience adaptation, science, technology, innovation, STI, or international cooperation, coordination, the local integration of the indigenous and local knowledge. So last one is also the one of the quite important topic, and which has been kind of ignored by the scientific communities. But now, the local integration of the indigenous and local knowledge becoming more and more important. This was a bit old, but when we celebrate 10th year, we we wrote this article, The Academic Landscape of 10 Years of Sesame Science, which reviewed the articles not only published from our Sesame Science journal, but also all the Sesame-related journals. So not only this journal, there are many journals which focus on the sustainability challenges or sustainability science. So one of the colleagues, his name is Yuya Kajikawa. The Professor Kajikawa is an expert with the citation analysis, and he reviewed the significant number of papers at the different time scale. So the chart indicate the increase of the number of the papers which touch upon sustainability or sustainable development. So the number of the papers significantly increased after the 1990s. Also after the Rio de Janeiro summit of the Earth Summit in Rio de Janeiro in 1992, this area, the number of the paper is gradually increased, and after year of 2000, it's exponentially increased. And this trend has been also continued also after the SDG adoption in 2015. This exponential, the increase is still the continuing. And then in 2007, the Professor Kajikawa reviewed nearly 3,000 articles. Yeah, nearly the 30,000 papers. And he found that there are some core area like agriculture, or the tourism, or the ecological economics, forestry, but these are more or less kind of fragmented. So this is still kind of individual. It's just mixture of the different disciplines. But when we reviewed the published articles in 2016 by reviewing over the 100,000 papers, then we found the integration of the sun and find out that some core area like environmental systems, energy systems, and also economy and business systems. So these there are some core area in the Sesame science which are connecting or integrating the rather fragmented research disciplines in the past. And these trends has been also continuing. So still the like environmental systems and some and health is becoming also becoming one of the key component of the agenda of the Sesame science research. So this kind of the holistic understanding of the discipline is also the important when you conduct the Sesame science research. This is more kind of technical information for you. So there are many different type of the papers or articles you can submit. So not original articles is most, the typical, the type of the articles of which the theoretical methodological advance in the research that integrate the inquiry in the various disciplines to improve the understanding of sustainability science itself. So this is the most important category of the paper, but also these review articles and overview articles are also very important. Overview articles provide timely assessment, general observations, insight from the experts on the strategy to advance global sustainability. This one normally written by the senior researchers, which has a lot of experiences in this discipline. So for early career researchers, you can consider the original article or sometimes the technical or case report. So technical report on the result of the research into the specific area and the concern, including result of the mechanical modeling, survey research, and field study. And case study provide insight in the contemporary sustainable problem and increase understanding of such problems and their international implications. So the just simple case study description is not enough. It should provide some implication for the international audience. So what's the message beyond the case study area is also important when you write a case report. But based on my experience, the early career researchers can publish through this kind of technical reports and case report. This will be the good starting point before writing an original article and review articles. Of course, you can try the review articles, but the writing review article also requires some a little more experiences of the area. And then the note and comment is more like very concise commentary from those interested in the sustainability science. This after the COVID-19 pandemic, we also received many the note and comments on the COVID, the impact on the COVID and the research impact on COVID on the marginalized people, etc. So I think that we already published nearly 10 note and comments relating to the COVID-19 pandemic. But this is also the normally written by the senior researchers. Of course, we would not exclude the piece written by the younger or early career researchers. But maybe it's better to consult with the senior researchers when you prepare these the note and comments or overview articles. And a good starting point, I would suggest the technical report and the case reports. These are the classification of the manuscript, the submitted articles. There are many articles on the social environmental studies, and also the concept, methodology, mapping sustainability science, agriculture, landscape, forestry, ecosystems. So these are top three, the popular area. And also the sustainability science, education, and the capacity building is the fourth popular, the agenda, the topic in our journal. And sustainable production consumption is also the one of the popular area. So these are some of the popular area, but yeah, there are many variety of the topics have been covered by this journal, including medical health and atmospheric science, etc., or design, architecture and design. This is the top 10 downloaded articles. This one, the 3 pillars of the sustainability, actually, this was written by very young scientist. This is his third paper, but it attracted so much downloads and the citation. So he got actually the best paper awards in 3 years ago. 3 years ago, yes. So the younger, the early career researcher can get the higher downloads and higher citations and get awarded. So there is a chance. So I also encourage you to try. And then these are some of the popular, the titles from our recent publication from our journal. We also published a special feature. Special feature is like a special issue, but now we combine within one issue, we combine the regular papers and the special feature papers. So we do not use the term of the special issue anymore. We use the term special feature. By the way, we publish 6 issues per year. So bi-monthly, every 2 months, we publish 1 issue. One issue contains about 20 articles. And these are the recent special feature, how transformation, integrative approach to sustainability. So it's more or less like how to transform society. Valuation of the nature contribution people is more relating to the ecosystem services assessment. And the research partnership co-production knowledge for indigenous culture, natural resource management pathway So again, as I mentioned, one of the core area is how to integrate indigenous local knowledge into the resource management, natural resource management. So this is one of the examples of that how we also think the important this agenda of the integration of the local indigenous knowledge into the natural resource management. Dietary change and the sustainability. So this implied how the food dietary change, like people prefer more meat, then what the implication to the sustainability. Eating meat means that we require more land for the feedstock of the livestock. So we need more pasture grassland to have more beef, etc. So dietary change has a huge implication on the land use and land cover changes in the future. And also dietary change has an impact on the health. So these are also discussed in this special feature. Network of action situation in the, so this is more like how the action, network of the action affected the transformation of the socio-ecological systems research. And the resource nexus perspective on the circular economy. Actually, this was being actually recently canceled due to the lack of the paper submitted this particular special feature. But this is also the important topic. And the synergy trade-off the SDGs and targets. So this is also the very final stage of the publication. Many of the paper is already published online. So if you check this special feature, you can find many articles already published online. This is relating to the kind of interlinkage or synergy and trade-off analysis of across the different SDGs. So 70 goals and the 169 targets are analyzed, and the synergy and trades of the visualized based on the case study around the world. So this will be very interesting for you to how to understand the interlinkages or the relationship across different SDGs. So promoting one SDG may sacrifice the other SDGs, but at the same time, promoting one SDG target and goal may have the positive impact to the other SDGs. So such kind of the relationship has been evaluated, and also to provide policy recommendations based on the analysis. I would like to show some of the examples of best paper awards since 2017. This one is written by the mid-career researchers, this first one. So every year we select the 3 best papers from the paper published in 2017. So among the more than 100 articles published in 1 year, we select 3 best papers, 1 outstanding and the 2 honorable mention. And in 2017, we selected this one written by the mid-career researcher, and the large number of the authors joined the workshop to identify 40 research questions for socially relevant climate engineering research. So they organized a series of workshops to identify the key research questions for the transdisciplinary co-design scientific research agenda in the field of the climate engineering research. And then in the following year, this undisciplinary journey, early career perspective in sustainability science. I think this is the most relevant paper for this conference. I will explain a little bit about this paper later, but this was also written by the group of the early career researchers who face a kind of common dilemma to proceed sustainability science research. And they provide a kind of interesting insight or explorations of using the term the undisciplinary journey. And then this is the overview papers, ecological distribution conflicts, and post-sustainability. So the conflict is also the one of the area which has been not fully explored in the field of system science. So this one is also the one of the key the contribution to explore or expand the field of system science by focusing on the ecological distribution of the conflict around the world. And then let me move on. The 2 years ago, the 3 pillars of sustainability in search of the conceptual origins. So this Ben Purvis is a very young researcher, and this is his 3rd paper, but he got the outstanding articles best paper award. I think he's one of the youngest awardee among the best paper award from our journal. And then also we have the honorable two honorable mentions, but these are written the relatively senior researchers. And last year, we selected the 4 papers, not the 3 papers, but these are all more or less relating to the SDGs. So environmental justice and the SDG, total understanding, interaction between SDG, the role of environment, human linkage, and creating space for place and the multidimensional well-being, lesson learned from localizing SDG. So localizing SDG is one of the key area under the Satsumi science right now, because SDG was globally the settled target, and how to implement at the national scale, regional scale, local scale is still kind of challenging. And we only have the less than 10 years to achieve these SDGs. So it's already the 6 years past. So we cannot wait or we cannot waste the time. So we really accelerate how to implement or to achieve the SDGs at the local level, and how the science can promote such kind of the achievement on the ground. So this is still the very important agenda for the sustainability science. And this is these are the selection panel members, and also the how many papers investigated from our journal for this best paper awards. This is just for your information. And then this paper, I would like to slightly explain a little bit more. So the undisciplinary journey, early career perspective in system science. So the common dilemma is how can we, so we is the early career researcher, as a graduate student and future researchers, perform high quality research and build identity in the field of the system science when starting as an interdisciplinary individual without profound roots in discipline, and working within the world dominated by established disciplines. So this is really the common dilemma for the young early career researcher in the field of sustainability, without any deep root in the discipline. It is a bit challenging to coordinate such kind of interdisciplinary research or transdisciplinary research. And then how to overcome this dilemma, they use the term of the undisciplinary journey. So I strongly recommend to read these papers, in this limited time, even though I explained, it may be very difficult and abstract to understand what I try to convey to you. So I don't want to, overly simplify the message from this article. So yeah, please spend otherwise, only a few minutes cannot change your understanding anyway. But I would like to strongly encourage. This is open access, the papers, by the way, so you can download whatever whenever you want. Also, this the paper summarize the multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary, and then undisciplinary. The undisciplinary in this case means that the undisciplinarity implies the problem-based integrative, interactive, emergent, reflective science, which involves strong forms of collaboration and partners. So this one is further the kind of beyond the transdisciplinary approach. And when the early career researcher conducts sesame science research, this the concept will be helpful to fully implement your research or to make it a rigorous sustainability science. So this is a new kind of the interdisciplinary journey. And then undisciplinary describe the space or condition of early career researcher with early interdisciplinary background. And the process of the journey and orientation which aid scholars to address complex natures of today's sustainability challenges. Undisciplinary journey is interactive, so you need to be, the work with others, and reflective process. So you need to look back what you are doing, and the balancing methodological groundedness. So you can also test your methodological groundedness, balancing the new methodology and the old or classical methodology or conventional methodologies, and epistemological agilities. So that you also need to the change of the understanding of the problems. So you need to look at the problems from different angle. So that implies that's required epistemological agilities. So sometimes, if you stick to the same angle, understanding the issues or a problem, you cannot do the more holistic understanding of the issues. So you need to see the issues from the different angles or the wide range of angles, and then the fine tune or modify your methods. And then they're also looking back what you're doing, and also working together with different stakeholders and also the society. That will help you to engage in the rigorous sustainability science. This is, very simple to say, but it's very difficult to do. So I will not overly simplify like this, but yeah, I will. This paper contain many interesting tips and hints for the early career researcher to conduct sustainability science research. I would like to finish my presentation keynote address by introducing not only the promoting or introducing my own journal. I also would like to mention that there are many other journals which dealing with the sustainability science. So in 2006, the proceeding of the National Academy of Science of the United States of America, PNS, also started the sustainability science section. And also the 2009, I remember that the MDPI started sustainability, which are famous for the quick review process, but they charge you the publication, the fee. Global sustainability started like 3 years ago by Cambridge University. And also this has a longer history, the Ecology and Society, and the current opinion, the environmental strategy. This only contain the review papers. It does not allow the original paper, the other type of the articles. So there are more other papers, journals relating to sustainability science. This sustainability science practice policy is also starting the early 2000, 2005 or 2006 they started. And Nature Sustainability is one of the new journals started by Nature. And I think it was 2018 they started Nature Sustainability. And this year, Nature also started Urban Sustainability. So this is also new journal. The MDPI Sustainability published this article, what kind of science is sustainability science? an extensive based re-examination. So they reviewed the articles published by the different the sustainability related journals listed here, including our Sustainability Science Journal. So here, in the same year of the 2006, PNAS Sustainability Science and the Sustainability Science Journal Springer published, and afterwards, current opinion, environmental sustainability and sustainability, MDPS sustainability started, and the year of 2018, Nature Sustainability started. And these are the number of the articles. You see the exponential growth and symptotic, the growth. So growth rate is gradually saturating, but I think this is still the continue. This growth trend will continue. This is the second last slide of my presentation. So content, based on the content analysis of the different articles from the sustainability science related journal, they found that some of the key points of the sustainability research is that relating to the research objectives, life support system, human well-being, future generations, strong sustainability are the key points in terms of the research objectives. When it comes to the research content, human environmental interaction, emerging property, linking knowledge to action, interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary, these are the key. These are key research relating to key research content, and research characteristics relating to these are key the methods, transdisciplinary, interdisciplinary, use-inspired, problem-driven, solution-driven, place-based, and scale multiplicity. So these are the key characteristics of the sustainability science published so far. So I hope you also keep in mind these key characteristics when you develop your own research articles or dissertation or the master's thesis. This is the last slide. So with Professor Parikesit, we started a new project which is called, the title is Integration of Traditional and Modern Bioproduction Systems for the Sustainable and the Resilient Future and the Climate and Ecosystem Changes. We call it the IT MOB project. We already launched the website, so please, those who are interested in our project, please visit website. You can find who are involved from Indonesia side and also Japan and the Philippines side. So this is a collaborative study with Japan, Indonesia, and Philippines for the next 3 years. So we look forward to your participation and also the further collaboration with you all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Osamu Saito, for this very informative, comprehensive, and interesting presentation. Dr. Saito said about what kind of science is sustainability science, and then previously he also said about what type of role of early career researchers in sustainability science and also in sustainability issue. It's very interesting, Dr. Saito. And when you talk about the competitiveness to be published in your journal.
Well, yeah, a bit challenging, yeah, for early career researcher.
75% rejected. Oh, it's very high.
Yes, yeah, about, yeah, nearly 80%, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So this is perhaps it's so that the sustainability science is a kind of science that increase tremendously and attract a lot of people to join this type of science. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are entering the question and answer sessions. Unfortunately, we only have 15 minutes for this session. Consider that Dr. Saito, I think, need to leave soon because he has another program. So for those from the participant or the audience who want to ask directly to Dr. Saito, please raise your hand. Anyone interested to ask to Dr. Saito directly? Okay, so I will try to look at the questions asked by the participant through the link that has been distributed by the organizing committee. The question is from Kinanti. He is the graduate student on environmental science program at UNPAD. The question is, what is the percentage of articles published in sustainability science journal written by young researchers from developing countries? Do you have the data?
Okay, thank you very much. We don't have the specific numbers, but now the more and more the submissions from the countries of the developing countries, including Asia, and also not only the Asia, we also got submission from the Africa and Latin America. So the every year the total number of the countries increasing. But when we look at the accepted papers, still that the submission from Asia and Africa's acceptance ratio is rather lower than the other submissions from Europe and also the North America. So this is due to partly because of the I think English, but also the even though we encouraged the submissions, but still even though we got submissions, but acceptance is very still limited. But in case of the China, Indonesia, Philippines, I think the number is increasing, but it's still like less than 5 or I think less than, yeah. The China is increasing actually. I think it is more than 5, but it's in terms of percentage, it's very low. Yeah.
So I again ask to the audience, perhaps there are some audience need to ask directly to Dr. Saito, please. Okay, so the question is from me, sir.
Okay.
You know that the sustainability science is actually, oh, sorry. I think
you got another one?
Okay, there is a participant asked one directly to you. Her name is Rena, I think. Please, Rena.
Yep, please.
Okay, please.
Okay, thank you for the chance. Thank you for the chance.
Yep.
What the most important paper between sustainability paper or research and COVID-19 research in case of the year of COVID pandemic in 2020 until 2019. Is it the priority published for COVID-19 then sustainability? That's first my question. And the second question is, how about the type of paper, notes and comment in sustainability in case that type is being priority for COVID? And as far as I know, the type of paper that I know, just 3 types is full paper, short comment, and review. Thank you for the chance.
Thank you very much for your question. If I understand your the question correctly, so you're asking the important publication relating to the COVID-19 for the last 2 years from our journal?
Yes, sir.
So as I mentioned that there are about 10 papers. Of course, if we count the papers which mentioned the COVID-19. There are more like, more than 30 papers that mentioned the COVID-19 at the introduction. But in terms of the content, the paper which focus on the COVID-19 is about less than 10 papers. And I reviewed a couple of them recently for another occasion. And I found that one paper focused on how the COVID-19 impact on the research, sustainability research themselves. So how the research are affected by the COVID-19, because of that, because of the teleworking conditions, because of less interaction with other researchers, are there any, they need to change the topics, or they need to change their methodologies, how they have the impact, or because of the, the lockdown things that they can spend more time, or how their behavior change or not. So we found that the samples are more or less, more samples, 40% samples are from Europe. So the global kind of the regional balance is not that good enough. But we found that the paper also indicate there are some both positive and negative impact by COVID-19. So some of the researcher changed the kind of topic to embrace because of the COVID. And then some of them say that they don't impact at all. So it depends of the area, and also depends on the discipline. But it seems like this also provide the new opportunities for the researchers to work on the different topics and explore the new frontier of the research. And also doing kind of online survey, online workshop, or online, the stakeholder workshop, etc., is a kind of new trend in these research communities. So these are also found. Also, another example is how the marginalized people, internally displaced people, affected by this COVID-19. And the one with the note and comments also emphasize these internally displaced people are the invisible in society, and they are heavily impacted by the COVID-19. But these are not visible because of their impact is not visible. So they are also further marginalized. And so this kind of negative feedback is going on. And after this, the note and comments, another articles also capture the same issues and echoing that that is true not only the Asia. So first paper was highlighting the Asian context, such internally marginalized people were heavily affected. And then another second one is echoing this phenomena is still ongoing after 1 year of the COVID-19 started, a pandemic started. And then, so that is also another examples from our journals, and also how we understand this COVID challenge and pandemic take this kind of new opportunity to achieve SDGs, and what the key concept to achieve the to switching this one as an opportunity. So I think that was also another good examples of the articles from our journal relating to COVID-19. So I cannot say which one is the best, but these are some of the examples, and you can easily find these articles by using our journal's website, and you can just search within our journal COVID-19, and you can hit those papers very quickly. And the type of the papers, normally those the opinion piece are published under the note and the comments, and the timely, and then the commentary type of the paper should be published under note and comments. But if you have the more rigorous the references on those citations, and also build upon if you have the very strong argument with enough scientific evidence, you can also develop the overview papers. And as I mentioned, for the early career researchers, the developing overview article is quite challenging. So normally they start from the case studies or the technical report and learn how to deal with peer review process. And then afterwards, you should challenge the original articles or review articles or overview articles. So I don't know if I really respond to your second question. So if you can repeat the second question, that I would like to answer more correctly.
Please to repeat the question.
Oh, okay.
Rena.
Maybe the second question, how about the type of paper notes and comment in sustainability in case that type is being priority for COVID? And as far as I know, the type of paper that I know, just three types. Three types is full paper, short comment, and review. But you mentioned the notes and comment, the type of paper.
Sorry, I couldn't
get the question, sir. Okay,
but
okay.
There are different type of
the different type of paper
articles
you mentioned and the type of paper as I know that I know.
Okay.
Okay.
About the both is the notes and comment of type paper.
Okay.
Yeah, because that I know the type of paper is full paper, review, and short comment.
And also technical
What's the
report and the
different?
case report.
Yeah, what the different for about the type of paper in notes and comment?
Okay.
Maybe you describe more.
You mean that how the note and comments and then technical report and case report are different?
Yeah.
Well, note and comment is very short and just short commentary, the opinion piece. Technical report and the case report is rather longer, like 7,000 words. So that note and comment is like 3,000 words, very short, and it will not require the rigorous differences. So it's more like based on your opinion. That's fine. But for the technical report and the case studies, you need to build upon the empirical evidence and differing the more citations, and also the word limitation is around 7,000. Full article should be less than the 10,000 words. So the longest one is review paper. Review paper sometimes are low, a little bit more than 10,000 words. This word limitation is also you can find in our website. The author's instruction to authors, you can find these word limitations. So the note and comment is more like prone to subjectives, versus other type of the articles should be more objectives. Okay, this is a major difference.
Okay. I think.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's answered your question, yeah, Rena. Okay. Thank you, Rena. Dr. Saito, it is 18:10 in Indonesian time.
Okay.
Is it still possible for you to ask one question more? Because there is a participant who want to ask you directly. Or not?
I see the familiar face of Professor Ukan is.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm not asking him. I just see him. I'm very glad to see him.
There are other two participants who want to ask to you directly, but it is 19:10 in Indonesia. Is it okay for you?
Sir.
Okay. So I will give the opportunity to one last question directly for you. I think, sorry. Please, Ibu Diana Sari.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry that I'm asking you in the last minute. So Mr. Saito, thank you very much for the presentation. Actually, my background is from business and management, and particularly in marketing. So I'm interested to your journal. Could you please tell me or tell us about the possibility and how many percent actually, because we are not from sustainable science, but more to the like the behavior of the customers, for example, something like that. So could you tell me more about the possibility to submit in your journal? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. So now the working with business sector is one of the key area to promote SDGs. So and also if we also emphasizing collaboration with society and also the collaboration with a different type of stakeholders. So differently, the working with business sector is really important. And then my area with the biodiversity. So normally the collaboration with business, it was led by the more resource circulation or the recycling, reuse, recycling, those things. But so the resource circulation is more the popular area to collaborate with business sectors, and through the supply chain, etc. So, but now the biodiversity and ecosystem services also require to work together with business sector, but we don't have much examples, good practices, how we can extend our collaboration with the business sector to conserve, restore the nature or the biodiversity. So I think there is a very high chance to contribute to our journal or sustainability science by collaborating the business sector in the field of the biodiversity. But of course, in not only the biodiversity area, I think there's more. And also relating to the SDGs, I think there you can find many opportunities working with the local government to promote SDGs, different type of SDGs, etc. Yeah.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Liliana. I think it's answered your question. There is still one participant who very eagerly to ask to you, sir.
Okay,
so
no problem.
Please, Mario, if you want to ask.
Thank you so much for the opportunity, and I'm so sorry about the last minute of the situation. So I guess my question is related to you mentioned earlier that case study report is one of the more recommended type of papers to be submitted for your journal, and especially for us early career researchers.
Yes.
In terms of statistic, which aspect of sustainability science that are more sort of the ones that has a higher chance of being published in the journal? I guess that's my first question. And then the second one is in relation to sustainability science itself as a frontier science, as we know, this kind of the frameworks within the the confines of sustainability science itself is kind of continually growing and expanding. So as as a person who has been delving in this issue for quite a while, what kind of advice would you give us early career researchers on how to kind of get up to date with the with the developing with the continuously developing framework itself, and what tropes to avoid when we are first conducting research, and then second one is submitting articles to journals? Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. So maybe it's better to review some of the international the assessment reports, like IP-based assessment reports or IPCC assessment reports, and find out what's the key, the challenges or the gaps. So when it comes to the intergovernmental platform on biodiversity and ecosystem services, IP-based global assessment, they use the term and the concept of the transformative change, and also the lever and the leverage points, and how to change society to more fundamentally to mitigate biodiversity loss and also the restore the nature. So in the past, the scientists and the policymaker only deal with direct drivers like land use changes on the which affect biodiversity. But now what is the behind the land use changes? So behind the land use changes, there is our consumption patterns, or the food diet, or our body system as a behavior. So these are the kind of indirect drivers affecting direct drivers like land use changes or the resource exploitation that directly affect biodiversity and nature. But now the international community call for looking at more indirect drivers. So otherwise we cannot transform society. So I think it's better to understand such global kind of discourse. What is identify the international communities. So learning such a kind of new concept like a transformative change, and then also the lever and the leverage points, and also the IPBES is going to start the value. Now they are finalizing value assessment, including various values, intrinsic values, instrumental values, or relational values. So the value, there's many different type of the values are embedded in the ecosystem services and nature. And also the IPBES also now starting the nexus assessment. Nexus means that the food, energy, and water nexus, or so you can find out many different of the nexus. So the nexus approach will be also more and more important and popular. So if you write some research article relating to the nexus using a nexus approach, it will be highly probable to be published. So that you don't need to jump onto the or switch or completely change your topic to the such buzzwords or catchy the topics. But you should keep in mind what has been discussed at the international communities, especially looking at those global assessment, etc. That will give you the hint what is hot issues, and then that will raise the chance or a probability to be published or to be accepted. Because we once we publish, we already received many sustainability indicator studies. So nowadays we kind of stop accepting similar type of the papers with just another case study of the different sustainability indicators. So you cannot just duplicate the case study developed by the other areas. And this is the first time to Indonesia, so we would like to write this piece, but such kind of another addition of the case study will not be the appealing for the journal, and sometimes it will be rejected because of the duplication. So if you have any kind of uptaking or upscaling implication beyond the simple case study from Indonesia, then it will be high chance to be accepted. So these things also need to consider when you publish the article or write the article.
Thank you, Dr. Saito. I think it's also answer a question, yeah, Mario. Thank you. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry that I have to keep in tight with the time arrangement. I believe that there are still a lot of questions to Dr. Saito, but I think now we come to the end of this keynote speaker season, and I believe there is nothing is worth to draw a conclusion. Let each of us think and contemplate what have Dr. Osamu Saito say. Again, I would like to thank to Dr. Saito for the informative and interesting presentation, and for all participants for the active participation. Please finally applaud to the speaker and all of you. Thank you so much, Dr. Saito.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Welcome.
you so much. I return the time and arrangement to the MC. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for Mr. Osamu Saito for the informative and insightful presentation. And thank you, Mr. Dika, for facilitating this panel. I would like to invite Professor Parikesit as the chair of Center for Environment and Sustainability Science, Pajajaran University, to deliver the virtual certificate of appreciation for our keynote speaker. So Professor Parikesit, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Setu Sensei, thank you very much for your very inspiring talk. And on behalf of Universitas Pajajaran and of course of the organizing committee, I would like to present this certificate to appreciate your great contribution to this colloquium. And of course, have a nice and safe flight to Boston. And
Thank
good
you very
luck
much.
for your marathon. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. See you again. Sensei. Okay, bye.
Thank you. So please allow me to leave now.
Yes, of course. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Parikesit, for passing the certificate. And now we will begin our second plenary session that will be led by our moderator. So Mr. Dika Supiandi, the platform is yours.
Thank you again, MC, for the time given to me. Ladies and gentlemen, with me again. We move to the second sessions of this international colloquium. I'm very excited with this session because there are 4 speakers, invited speakers. We'll talk about the 4 different areas, different topics, very variative. The presentation will be like this, the order. First presenters will be Professor Sunardi, PhD, who will talk about spirituality, religion, and sustainability. And then followed by the second speakers, Dr. Deepak Kumar Verma, who will talk about the importance and benefits of rice in sustainable livelihood for humans. The third speaker is Professor Anisia Ziegler. She will talk about the towards a greener and more gender-friendly urban logistics. And the last but not least, Dr. Roy Heisman, who will talk about the environment and the university, reflections based on global youth research. Before Professor Sunardi talk about the topic, I would like to introduce Professor Sunardi. Professor Sunardi is a full professor in the field of ecological toxicology. He graduated from Saitama University in Japan for his PhD in environmental sciences and then Master of Science in Biology at Bandung Institute of Technology, Indonesia, and then Bachelor of Science in Biology at Universitas Pajajaran in Indonesia. He is now served as head of doctoral program of an environmental studies, graduate school, Universitas Pajajaran Indonesia, as well as lecturer at development biology at the same university, and also the magister and doctoral program of environmental studies at Universitas Pajajaran. Professor Sunardi is also several times has been a resource persons in several trainings conducted by Universitas Pajajaran and then Bappenas in Indonesia, and also he several times as project coordinators, in particular for the water quality monitoring in several reservoirs in Indonesia, particularly in West Java. So, Professor Sunardi, this is your time to make the presentation. Please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Dika, for the time. And also, as the opening was, I would like to say Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
Morning
warahmatullahi
for
wabarakatuh.
everybody. Just let me share. Is it from the committee? Sorry.
Oh yeah. Would you click to scan screen by yourself?
No, it's no problem.
Okay.
Okay. Yes. Again, thank you very much for the committee for inviting me to share some idea. But you know, Mr. Dika has introduced my background, and I will deliver something different with what my regular research interest. But I think, and I also believe that the topics will be important, mainly in how to say advance our sustainability. Yes, the topic of my talk today is spirituality, religion, and sustainability. Okay, the next. Please next. Okay. Yeah, the structure of the structure of my presentation is like this. At least please back. Yeah. I would like to point out 5 subjects. First one is the crisis of our time, and then human is disconnected from nature, and then the movement of spiritual ecology, and then continued with the contribution of religion, and then the last part is spirituality about nature and religion. Next. Okay, yes. I think we are realizing that our situation is very problematic in terms of social or environmental issue. Yeah. As you know that if we look back the history, the presence of a human is just 200,000 years back. And it is very short compared with the age of the planets. But you see, the landscape change is very dramatic, and we are facing unprecedented environmental problems. So today we are in environmental crisis with level which is unprecedented in its magnitude, pace, and severity. This is our challenge, this time, and so that's why the global people have a very big concern about that problem, because this become a challenge of our sustainability. And then we have seen that a wide range of environmental problems has emerged, and this problem includes anthropogenic climate change, or let's say global warming, and then also the depletion of stratospheric ozone or ozone hole, or acidification of surface waters. Yeah, we also know it as acid rain, and also the destruction of tropical forests, and then the depletion and extinction of species, and also the sharp decline of the biodiversity. This is some how to say listed problem of our environment. And if we just make an illustration, let's say let's cite our publication. He said that if today is a typical day on planet Earth, we will lose 116 square miles rainforest, or equal to an acre a second. This is very huge loss of our rainforest. And then also we will lose another 72 square miles to encroaching deserts. Then this is the result of a human mismanagement and also overpopulation. And he also considered that we will lose 40 to
2050 species, yeah, at this level. And today the human population will increase by 250,000 per day or each day, and will add 2,700 tons of chlorofluorocarbons to the air or to the atmosphere, and also 15 million tons of carbon dioxide to the atmosphere. And the night become a little bit hotter, and the water also becomes acidic. Yeah, this is some cases illustrated in some papers. Next. Okay. Yeah. Together with ecosystem destruction, loss of biodiversity, and diminishing availability of resources, coupled with increasing difficulties in accessing these resources, and escalations in the intensity, frequency, and also severity of weather events, we are also confronted with a rising consumption, also poverty and inequality within and between nations, and economic instability across the globalized capitalist market. So environmental crisis is not a single cases, but it's related to social aspect of human life. And then these challenges encompass, these challenges encompass environmental and social issues, which are now commonly referred to as socio-ecological issues. Because the distinction of environment and social issue is not, is less clear today. So it is interrelated. And also some synthesis report or analysis report, like as presented by the IPCC and also MEA, we have the severity of ecosystem degradation. Yeah, and also as mentioned by UNDP in 98, there is a big inequalities of consumption, then also issue of soil degradation and food security as reported by UNHSP and also IAASTD in 2009, that all this report indicating that we are in a polycrisis. So we are not in a single crisis, the environmental crisis, but we are in a polycrisis. So the analysis also said that the roots of our crisis is not merely driven by the science. Also, it's not a matter of science or technology, but it is a matter of social culture. Then we see that many problems related to social issues. Then we have conviction that the problem is born up with the human attitude and also beliefs, values, needs, and expectation and behavior. Next. So many thinkers and also authoritative figures or person agree that that crisis or this crisis is based, is rooted on a spiritual dimension of the humankind. So spirituality is at the core of the problem we face. Next. Okay, then it means human is now disconnected from the nature. If it is a problem of social culture, problem of belief, and also perception, then now human is disconnected from nature. Humans are disconnected and alienated from nature because the lack of awareness and also consciousness about what impacts of their perception, behavior, and lifestyle on nature. This is very, I think, very fundamental issue we need to address. Okay, next. But if we raise a question, how human disconnected from nature? Some researchers or some thinkers pointing out some factors or some driver. For example, the first one, and many have agreed that science become the very major, let's say, driver for the disconnection of people from nature, because since the Renaissance, thinkers thinkers separate their nature from the human or humankind or the culture. And there are so many figures, so many thinkers at the time that let's say that insist, yeah, we have polarity or separation in our view in connecting people and also the nature. Let's say we have a few figures here, like René Descartes and also Francis Bacon and also Galileo Galilei, who idea is very, let's say, is very, yes, materialistic or something like that, yeah, and or mechanistic. Like what René Descartes says, that nature is nature as a machine. So nature is perceived as a physics, mechanistic, and like merely matter. And also Francis Bacon, he said that torture nature's secret out of her, and once enslaved, she will take order from man and works under his authority. This means that Bacon put a platform that man is superior, yeah, compared to the nature, and man can exploit it as the man wish. This is the implication of the thought of Bacon. And then like Galileo Galilei, he said that the language of nature is merely mathematics. Nothing is important in science that cannot be measured. We and nature, the observer and the observed, are separate entities. Science is the supreme manifestation of reason, and reason is the supreme attribute of the human being. This is a very clear separation, yeah, between man and nature. So many philosophers and thinkers agreed that Western science is the in the very root of our crisis today. Next. And then the next one, as people, men have the freedom to find anything. He finds knowledge and also a higher capacity, then man makes technology. So technology as a means of mankind to conquer the nature. So technology associated with, of course, this is the implication of technology creation is associated with the mechanistic worldview as a means through which nature has been controlled and manipulated or exploited. And then technology has benefited human in many positive ways, but it is severely disrupting and also upsetting the ecological process that sustain our natural environment and are the very basis of our existence, as said by Capra. And technologies such as axes and also guns and bulldozers transform trees, animals, and rocks into natural resources. So we now see very clear that technologies accelerate the environmental degradation. And a cost to technological advancement, yeah, while people believe that human will find solution to many problems through technology, the rate of technological change continues to disrupt the life of hundreds of thousands people. Next. And then some philosophers thought that it also related to the loss of indigenous knowledge and beliefs. They pointed out that Western science also robbed many peoples of their connection with nature and subverted indigenous wisdom. This is evident across the globe in First Nation communities like the Native American Indians to the Aborigines and the San in Southern Africa. It is assumed that indigenous knowledge is inferior, yeah, in front of the Western eyes, of course, and then also lacking in rigor and rationality. And then Western scientists and experts regard traditional environmental knowledge as methodology questionable, anecdotal, or at best of localized importance. So in the eyes of Western science, local or indigenous knowledge is inferior. So then the next step, of course, local knowledge is dominated by the Western science. And the data also show that over 2,000 nations go extinct in the Western Hemisphere, and one nation disappeared from the Amazon rainforest every year. And then it's also followed by loss of biodiversity. And of course, a loss of biodiversity relates to a loss of cultural diversity. That's been also this is become the process of the loss of indigenous knowledge and beliefs. And then also colonialism also agreed as one factor of our today crisis. Some mentioned that the capitalist patriarchal world system is built upon and maintains itself through the colonialization of women and foreign people and their lands and nature, which it is gradually destroying. So next. So just convince to you, or at least to me, to myself, if the crisis is rooted deeply on the spiritual significance of our nature, then spirituality must be placed as the base for our restoration works. If we want to restore the environmental crisis, then we need to enter deep into our spirituality and develop a positive belief, positive perception, and faith, so that we have positive impact on our behavior and also attitude. Next. And I think we are able to be happy as in the global community there are a new movement that open in the Western view. Let's say the movement of a spiritual ecology. We can find on the internet any information about this movement. The spiritual ecology is focusing on the transformation of consciousness, especially religions and spiritual consciousness, and on new ways of relating to the planets that adopt not an ethic of domination, but one of partnership with nature. So this movement will subvert the Western view to partnership view with nature. Some we can identify like the first one, the eco spirituality, and then also nature spirituality, deep ecology, and also bio regionalism. This categories as a movement in the area of spiritual ecology. Next. We can also divide or categorize into some arena in which spiritual ecology is growing. There are 3 arenas. First one in science and academia. We can find many scientists that now are interested in develop the spirituality beside the modern science. You can see like Mary A. Tucker or John Grimes. They are a professor of Yale University in America, and they established a forum on religion and ecology. This is an international multi-religious project exploring religious worldviews, text, ethics also, and also practices. And also we can find another person like Stephen Rockefeller. He is an author of numerous books about religion and the event, and is a very famous people in the field of environmental spirituality. And also Ron Taylor, he coined a term dark green religion to describe a set of beliefs and practices centers on the conviction that nature is sacred. This is in science and academia, and then the next one. The next arena is religion and spirituality, mainly based on religion, both traditional religion or Abrahamic religions. Let's say we also know the people like Syed Hussein Nasr from the Islamic religion. But what's important in this movement, in religion and spirituality, many religious figures have established a religious approach for ecological awareness and also responsibility. And then on the other area of religion is earth-based spirituality or earth-based religion. Care for and respect to the earth as sacred and as Mother Earth, who provides life and nourishment, has driven the re-emergence of these religions. And then the third one in spirituality and ecology. This is a more recent environmental movement that articulates the need for an ecological approach founded on spiritual awareness rather than religious belief. And then the third one, and the arena of environmental conservation. The environmental conservation field has been informed, shaped, and also, sorry, please, next one slide. Okay. This has been informed and shaped and also led by individuals who have had profound experiences of nature, sacredness, and also have vowed to protect. Sorry.
Slide.
Okay, we can go this the next page. So, I think spirituality becomes more getting importance in the eyes of people, and then religion is one of the one dimensions that has a very strong strong concern on spirituality. So we need to identify the contribution of religions. For the first one, I would like to show you that religions also offer a worldview. This is a view of them. Religious worldview on ecological interdependence. And if we compare to the principles in ecology, let's say as written by Barry Commoner, I see that there is a very similar principle, and we can use the religions help humanity to restore the sustainability. Just see the principle in ecology or the law of ecology as written by Barry Commoner. The first one is everything is connected to, related to, or interconnected to, and interrelated with every other things. Everything is a part of everything else. not only spatially but also temporally as well. And then the second law of ecology, nature knows best, is often expressed as the second principle of ecology. And then everything must go somewhere, as because they interrelated and have energy and matter in cycle. Then, and also there is no such things as freelance. This is, I think, the very famous 4 laws of ecology. And then I just also open in the holy books. I just refer to the Quran and the Islamic scripture. ABC, the basic faith in Islam, the monotheism. This means that if we accept the oneness of God or one God, means we accept that the universe is one system, because our universe is owned and also governed by the one God. So no gods own and control the universe. It means also that things are connected and also interrelated. And then, as we see the balance and the harmony of the universe, mean that the universe is sustained by the law of God. We call it in Islam Sunnatullah, the law of Allah, consisting of cause and effects network. And then in other ayat, in the other verse and other chapter, it is mentioned that every single creature plays roles as predestined. So species, stone, air, rain has their own roles in the universe and the planet. And also the last one, each creature is given a shape and guided by its own natural attributes. So we can see that deer eat grass, and then also tiger eat deer, etc. This is what I mean as a predestined, let's say, predestined role. So more or less, we had the same principle with the modern science, I mean, in ecology. Next one. The next. Okay, religion also promote human progress, both in material and spiritual aspect. But of course, religion put strong attention on mental, spiritual perfection, and as the very essential attribute of humanity. And this is also in accordance with the recent research that material thing is not the only standard for human well-beings. I cite a Jackson study. We can see that this is a relation between the GNP and the X-axis and also in the Y. This is the subjective well-being. You see that, of course, there are some countries where perceived that well-being is related to advancement in matter. But in the left side, we know that even in low GNP, people still can have their happiness. So it gives us a perspective that economic growth does not necessarily go hand in hand with growth and the well-being of people. And material wealth is not equated with increasing level of happiness, nor with well-being. So I think the religious doctrine is very correct, appropriate with human life, because not everybody, not anybody will always have or has high collection of matter, something like that. Next one. And then religion also commit to social justice and also ecological justice. I have searched on the Quran how Islam commit to social and ecological justice. This is some first in the Quran, and also saying of a figure in Islamic history. Let's say we can see on chapter 5, verse 8. The name of the chapter is the table. Yes, Al-Ma'idah. It is mentioned that, oh, you who believe, oh, you have believed, be persistently standing firm for Allah, witnesses in justice, and do not let the hatred of a people prevent you from being just. Be just, that is nearer to righteousness, and fear Allah, fear God. Indeed, indeed God is acquainted with what you do. And also the other chapter, 55, verse 7 to 10, it is mentioned that, and the heaven he raised, and he set up the balance. So do not transgress in the balance, but maintain the weight with justice, and do not violate the balance. And the earth he set up for the creatures. I think this is very clear that religion, at least Islam, promote or have commitment on social and ecological justice. I am very interested that Allah said in the ayah that the earth is set up for the creatures, not only for mankind. And also, as Imam Ali said, that justice means put something in its place. We cannot change. We cannot convert the deer into tiger or tiger into deer and win the diet, something like that. And also, religion also, let's say, propose a counterculture. In this case, is modern lifestyle. Yeah, religion propose modern lifestyle counterculture. Some verse also. Yes.
Actually, your time has run out.
Okay, sorry.
So could you please present faster, or maybe we can elaborate it in the discussion session?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is modern lifestyle. We see that efficiency of prohibition on excessiveness in resource consumption is very clear on the religion. Next. Also concerned about overpopulation. As we can see, many scholars agree that we may control the birth of human population. And then next, okay. Next, please. So, and the last one, I will talk about spirituality, about nature and religion, but we need more explanation. But just I will jump to the last slide, please. Last slide. If we acknowledge or we accept that human is a spiritual being, that we need media to let's say transformation our self from something matter to non-material things. If we are trapped in a matter life or matter standard, or let's say matter yes, perception, then we will trap on egoism or anthropocentric, human-centered behavior in life. I just want to cite two verse in the Quran, saying that actually mankind need to know that species that non-biotic other than animals have the same position, and they have their own roles in the planet, and we have to respect them all, something like that. One ayat say that all living beings roaming the earth and winged birds soaring in the sky are communities like yourself. We have left nothing out of the record. Then to their Lord they will be gathered all together. This is one verse, and also the other one. Do you not see that Allah is glorified by all those in the heavens and the earth, even the birds as they soar? Each instinctively knows their manner of prayer and glorification, and Allah has perfect knowledge of all they do. So from this ayah, from this verse, I believe that sacredness emanates on everything, on animals, on plants, and on air, water, and also stone, dust, and everything. And we have to take care of them all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Sunardi. This is very insightful and inspirational presentation, I think. Unfortunately, due to the time, we have to move to the next speakers. So, ladies and gentlemen, our second speaker in this second session is Dr. Deepak Kumar Verma. I think I saw Dr. Deepak is in this room. Hello, sir.
Hello. Yes. Thank you very much for.
Okay. Previously, I would like to introduce you to the audience here.
Definitely.
So, Dr. Deepak Kumar Verma is a former researcher at Agricultural and Food Engineering Department, Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur. He received his PhD in Food Processing Engineering from Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, India. Master of Science in Agricultural Biochemistry, Chandrasekhar Azad, University of Agriculture and Technology. Bachelor of Science in Agricultural Science from Gorakhpur University, India. He is agricultural and food science professional, a member of different professional bodies, and also active in several conference, seminar, workshop, training, and also the publication of research article, books, or book chapter. So, Dr. Deepak Kumar Verma, your time, please. Hello, Dr. Deepak.
Yes, sure. People can see. Yes. Yeah. I can hear you. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, clearly. Please, doctor.
Yeah. Can you see my slide?
Still not.
Can you see my slide?
I haven't seen the slides.
Okay. Wait a moment. Now, can you see my slide?
Okay, we can see your slides, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor, for inviting me for this Youth for a Sustainable Environment and Lifestyle session. Now, I will discuss about the topic, the importance and benefits of rice in sustainable livelihood for human. In this lecture, I will have to describe about the importance of rice in the term of human health, in the term of food, in the term of economy, how the peoples, not only for the other country and my India, and also for the Indonesian peoples, how can they generate the economy through rice? With respect to that, I would like to be described first introductory part. Why I need to explain with the peoples of whatever peoples have seated in the audience, that peoples generally know about the rice in water, in terms of eating, in terms of having about little bit health benefits, in terms of purchasing to paying money, and rather than that, very few information have reached to the pupils. So that's why I would like to introduce first about the rice. Rice is a predominant staple food and major dietary component of pupils in many countries, such as 17 countries in Asia and the Pacific, and 9 countries in North and South America, and 8 countries in Africa. High consumption of rice is mainly in Asia and Africa, and less in the European Union, which altogether provides more than 1/5 of the calorie that consumed worldwide, mostly at their household level, where it is consumed as a boiled rice or fried rice. This staple food also possesses the main sources of calories. If we have to consume rice, then this rice will be a major main sources of calories as well as proteins, which provides 700 calories per day per person for about more than 3,000 million peoples of the world's population. The world's dietary energy supplied by rice is 20% is higher in compared to other cereal crops like wheat and maize. And about the rice, why we need to be focused more and more. There were three regions to be consciously centralized to ourselves on rice. Rice first is the staple food for more than 60% population of the world, means it is the single food crop on which the world population, peoples of the world completely rely. Second, in the term of health benefits that can provide some nutritional component by which our body, our health can grow and develop. And third, in the term of economy, how we can earn some economy to improve our socio-economic status in order to make our livelihood very happy. In this respect, I would like to briefly explain about the importance of rice in human health. How rice is important in human health for livelihood. Rice is rich sources of carbohydrate. It contains moderate amount of protein and fat, and also a sources of vitamin B complex, especially like thiamine, riboflavin, niacin. The grain of rice constitutes water 12%, starch 75 to 80%. That is why I told that rice is the rich sources of carbohydrate, and protein only 7% in comparison to other cereal crops is less content of protein like wheat and maize with a full complement of amino acids. The rice proteins are highly digestible, nearly 93%, with excellent biological value of 74%, and protein efficiency ratio of consuming rice is 2.02 to 2.04%, owing to the presence of higher concentration of lysine. And in respect, furthermore, in addition to the decomposition, rice also contains minerals like calcium, magnesium, phosphorus, along with some trace amount of iron, copper, zinc, manganese. Although the nutritional values of rice varies with different cultivars, soil fertility, fertilizer application, other environmental factors. For example, in Indonesia, there were lots of varieties. In other countries like China, Japan, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Thailand, Malaysia, India, every country have the wide diversities of rice cultivars. For example, I am explaining that more than 10,000 rice varieties are only in India, and around 3,000 varieties only are documented, identified, but not are well documented. In similar term, the cultivars of Indonesia also, I remember past 1 year back, one rice cultivar that is known as a aromatic rice that having flavor originated from Indonesia. I asked Professor Utama that these varieties from Indonesia, do you know anything information about this? Because that varieties I need to be focused for my further study. He speak a little bit more about that Indonesian aromatic rice that's having flavor, aroma, good flavor, similar like basmati flavor. That rice cultivars, if you pupils grow in same cultivars, if you will grow in your Indonesia, same cultivars will be grown in the China, same cultivars will be grown in India, Pakistan, same cultivars will be grown in different countries, then definitely their nutritional composition as well as phytochemicals composition will be differ, because it will be differ due to the geographical region. In another factors like environmental, like what kind of fertilizers, what kind of the nature of soil are there, means it will be everything depend on the location, fertilizer, fertility, and also the method of cultivation, agriculture practices will also be give the variation of these nutritional values in the same cultivars. Due to the nutritional quality and higher digestibility, rice is considered as a queen of the cereals. In addition to these elements like nutritional composition as well as mineral fatty acid, there are some extra nutritional components also present in rice grain, which are typically presented in different parts like brain, rice bran, germ fraction, endosperms, with small quantity that have performed the different biological activities, which is known as bioactive compound. Sometimes these compounds found in the phyto means in plant system, then we people have described it as a phytochemical. These biologically active compounds are more concentrated in the rice bran region. That's an important part of rice. When after harvesting the paddy will mill, that rice bran came in our hand. In that rice bran part, these phytochemicals, bioactive compounds are more concentrated. These compounds are very beneficial for human health, but they are not important for growth and development of the human body, because for the growth and development of human body for livelihood must need a nutritional component like carbohydrate, that is structural, protein, vitamin, fat, lipid, minerals, along with the procedures of white rice type. Some grains of rice are also categorized, classified like pigmented rice, sometimes referred as black rice, brown rice, purple rice, red rice. These are the figure. See the A, figure A is the white rice generally people consume. These are the black rice. This black rice is comparatively high phytochemicals containing compared to the white rice, red rice, and purple rice. Although in comparison to black rice, the red rice and the purple rice having less phytochemicals component than the black rice, but high phytochemical component in the rice, white rice. If such kind of rice varieties will be grown in your Indonesia or any country, that will be helpful highly for a sustainable livelihood of the people. In what way? In the way of gaining good health benefits by consuming these rice cultivars, by cultivating and selling in the market, earning high economy, that finance, that money also will provide the better livelihood for sustainability, because this finance, this money, this income will have to have improved the socio-economic status of the peoples of Indonesia as well as other country. Whatever peoples are cultivating such rice cultivars, that will help them lots for sustainable livelihood. And with respect to the rice bioactive compound, how it is a paradigm in human health, how it can help rather than nutritional composition to the better livelihood of a human peoples for sustainability. Rice is composed of phytochemicals and nutrients, as I discussed in the previous slide. They are the sources of a variety of compounds, including flavonoid, carotenoid, phenolic compounds, phytoesterols, vitamin E isoform. If they were flavonoids, then anthocyanin and proanthocyanin phytochemicals that mostly found in the pigmented rice like black, red rice, brown, purple rice, and carotenoid. As you people are well known about the carotenoid, alpha, beta carotene, lutein, lycopene. Carotenoid are the yellow color pigment that's found in the golden rice highway. If you people have noticed that about a golden rice, that golden rice content high amount of carotenoid that fulfill the deficiency of vitamin if people have consumed. Phenolic compound like caffeic acid, ferulic acid, and phytosterol like beta-cetosterol, stepisterol, capesterol like that, and vitamin E isoform like alpha, gamma, delta tocotenol, tocopherol, alpha orygenol, curcumin acid, phytic acid. Generally, alpha orygenol vitamin E isoforms are highly found in the pigmented rice like black rice, red rice, purple rice. The higher level of the majority of these compounds are presented in the outer layer of the rice grain called rice bran or germ fraction. As I told you in the previous slide, that these phytochemicals, rice bioactive compounds are highly concentrated in the bran, rice bran layer. That bran layer is the separately, if you test, see, I am showing you, this is the grain of white rice. Any grain you can take and smoothly, sharply you see the grain, wash the grain, observe the grain, you will find a outer layer, a very fine outer layer. That very fine outer layer having the high concentration of different bioactive compounds.
Excuse me, Dr. Deepak, your time is 3 minutes.
Very 5 minutes maximum will take. These are the rice bioactive compounds in paradigm of human health. And after that, rice bioactive compound, how will we help? For example, anthocyanin, proanthocyanin, in addition to these compounds, are well known in many rice varieties that have been reported. These color pigments of bioactive compounds are classified black rice, black, brown, dark brown, red, and dark purple, red green, which I have shown in the previous picture. And these colorful pigments bioactive compounds are located in the alluvial layer of the rice grain. These are the type of anthocyanin different that having are responsible for different color in different color of pigmented rice. And these are the pathway by which those bioactive compounds are synthesized in rice, that how it can help to our human health, I have discussed in the previous slide. And rice bioactive compounds in several components of the cell like protein, lipid, DNA are claimed to be cause oxidative stress. It leads eventually to some illness like cancer, aging, inflammatory disease that can be sought out by consuming rice if having bioactive compounds. These are presented in natural sources also, such as cereal, grains, fruit, vegetables, which are becoming a diuretic substitute in context to the antioxidant synthetic chemical compound, which have adverse effect on the safety and prevention of human disease. Phytochemicals that belongs to the class of phenolic and flavonoid compounds that have received current attention for their multiple biological activities, especially for antioxidant activities, anti-cancerous activities, anti-diabetic activities, anti-inflammatory activities. In the nutshell, what was the main focus of my presentation is concluded in this slide, and what kind of future prospect research opportunities can be for a researcher, for a student, for a farmer, for a layman of the Indonesia, as well as other country purpose in the term of sustainable livelihood for further human beings. Bioactive compounds, here I am concluding everything. Bioactive compounds of several pigmented non-pigmented rice varieties have developed new interest and enhanced their use in nutraceuticals and have engaged the food industry. In pigmented rice, the antioxidant activities and scavenging capacity of the anthocyanins shows clearly the potential role in the food formulations. Further research, development, as well as cultivation by other farmers, whatever people farming, taking interest in farming, can work on several pigmented, non-pigmented rice cultivars that clarify the mechanism of utility of its compounds and their different roles like antioxidant, free radicals, scavenging, anti-allergic, anti-inflammatory, etc. In the field of food and pharmaceutical industries, more phytochemicals studies within this area are remaining. And in furthermore, the farmers of Indonesia or rice grower of Indonesia can also be focused to such important rice cultivars that can help them in the term of economy, in the term of socio-economic status reformation, in the term of human health. these were the last, and for further reading, people can consider this paper that have been published by me in 2020 in Trends in Food Science and Technology that will help to all the researchers and scientists. And these are my institutional and department. He was my supervisor during my research. He is supervised well. And now it is the time for the audience. The audience people have any kind of question in their mind, they can rise here. Otherwise, they can also be write me at my email ID, which have been given in the first slide. One second, I'm just going for slide. The audience, whatever questions have rise in their mind, they can ask me right now, or they can write me at my email. Whatever curiosity regarding these points, they can ask me, I will respond. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Deepak Firma, for an interesting presentation. I think you introduced us another type of rice, from white rice, brown, and also black rice. I think Indonesia, and similar to India, is one of the highest consumer of rice in the world. And even in Indonesia, there is an anecdote, sir. It said that we have not eaten yet when we have not eaten rice. So rice is very important in Indonesia. Thank you so much for your inspiring presentations. So we move to the next presenter. She is Professor Anissa Ziegler. Professor Anissa Ziegler, hello.
Hello, could you hear me?
Yes, clearly. So I will introduce you. Professor Anissa Ziegler, PhD, is a full professor in the field of sustainable supply chain management. She received her PhD from, sorry, I cannot read in French, but it is École des Mines Design Etienne. I think it's correct. in Saint Etienne, France. And then postdoctoral diploma from the University Aix-Marseille, France. Professor Anissa Ziegler is full professor at Cage Business School, Bordeaux, France, and also the director of the Operation and Information System Management Department since 2018. And then received the second award at the Global Women Supply Chain Leaders in the category Supply Chain Academic Excellence, Associate Dean of Inclusivity, and then the co-head of the Master Business Transformation for Sustainability, I think at the same university, at Cage Business School. So this is your time to present your presentation. Please, Professor Anissa Ziegler. Oh, I forgot to tell you that your time for presentation is about 20 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I have an issue to share my screen. Could you share the slide I send you?
As organizing committee, is it? Okay. Okay, we will share from the organizing committee. Yes.
Oh, thank you very much. Oh, so it's, sorry for that. I didn't know. I don't know why I can't. Okay. So thank you very much for inviting me for this conference. So I will talk about very different topics towards a greener and more gender-friendly urban logistics. So my idea was more to give you some food for thought. So I present some different research to give you some inputs and to give you food for thought and to speak about different topics. I think that that are very important about urban logistics. So next slide, please. So the agenda, so I give a little thing about the context. Then I present urban logistics because I think that maybe some of you are not very familiar with this notion. And then I will speak about the environmental point of view, then the gender point of view, and after some idea about future research, even if I could speak about thousands of research avenues if I had time. Next slide. Thank you. So about the context. So you know that population now are increasing all over the world, and that we are more and more in urban area. So in this area, we have more people, we have more cars, we have more bikes, we have more means of transportation. And at the same time, we have an increase of the e-commerce. So it was the case before the pandemic and before COVID-19, but it's more and more the case with the different lockdown around the world. And with that, when we buy something by internet, of course, after we have some deliveries, and we are more and more in cities, we have more and more deliveries in the cities, which means that we have more and more trucks or more and more means of transportation for business trips and not only for personal trips. And the third major point, I think, is the fact that cities are all different. If you think about Indonesian cities, if you think about Indian cities or French or European cities, we have all different organizations. We can have big streets, we can have very small streets, we can have big buildings, small buildings, straight lines, curved lines, and different things. What it means that is that for each cities, we can have the same solution. In that case, the problem is much more complex than, of course, if we have all the same organization for all the cities around the world. Next slide, please. So let's say we have the orange circle, which is the city or the urban area. And around this city, because we have some constraint for this city, so it's maybe difficult to build some warehouses in the city, we have to put the warehouses outside the city. So I put 3 examples there, it could be more or less, we don't care. And we have different means of transportation to somewhere in the world to these warehouses. So could be the rail, could be planes, could be trucks, big trucks. We don't care. We have some goods in these warehouses, and after we have to deliver inside the city. We can deliver in some shops, for example, for the click and collect, for the pickup points, or for just to deliver the shops. And we can have some home delivery. In that case, we have to deliver in the buildings. We see that we have a lot of flows for these deliveries, and at the same time, we have to think about the other flows because we have to travel to go to work, for example, or to go everywhere. So we have to organize and to optimize all these flows in the constraints of urban area. Next slide. So you see that in the previous slide, we have 2 echelons. It means that we have the warehouse, and then we have the next small warehouses if it's a shop, or the home if we deliver directly to the final client. So it means that we have what we call the 2E VRP, so the 2 echelon vehicle routing problem. And we see that since 2008, we have an increase of publication for that. So it's different for 2020 and 2021, but it's very to specific years for publication, of course, because we all know that it was a very weird time, and so I think we can't very conclude about these 2 years where we see that we have a decrease. I think we need to wait to see the future trend for publication. So it's an issue that researchers are more and more interested in. Next slide. Thank you. So about the environmental point of view, I think about three research. The first one is what about local optima versus global optimum? Maybe a research about Bogota and Paris, which have very different organization. And then to use cargo bag deliveries, you know, I will talk after about that point too. But I think that we need to think about the cultural point of view, because in Europe, for us, cargo bag deliveries is a very innovative mean of transportation, which is not the case in a lot of other countries, as for example in Asia, we are used to use that kind of mean of transportation, which is not our case. Next slide. Thank you. So just a focus on the methodology we can use for this kind of issues. So the two-clean vehicle routing problem, we can use some mathematical method with some combination of simulation and optimization, with heuristic and heuristic solution approach. And of course, as we need to optimize that, we can use the well-known nearest neighbor procedure. We use stochastic travel times, and in terms of environmental indicators, we use the CO2 equivalent emission. Of course, now the major indicator for the environmental part, it's the climate change, for that, the CO2 emission, but we could think about other indicators as the biodiversity, for example, or other. And for the local pollution, we have an indicator which is the fine particles. Next slide, please. Okay, so for the first focus, so you have here Paris. So Paris with more than 90,000 point of deliveries for one day and for one actor of urban deliveries, and you can see 4 warehouses outside Paris. And at the left, you have Paris. In Paris, we have a river across the city, and we have 20 districts in this city. To think about local optima versus global optimum, we think about the deliveries for each district. So we deliver only district 1 with another optimization district 2, and so on and so on. And after, we think about a global optimum. As you can see, districts 1, 2, 3, and 4 are much smaller than the other, for example. So we aggregate these 4 districts. We did the same for district 5, 6, and 7, and then for district 8 and 17, 9, 18, 10, 19, 11, 20. And for 12, 13, and 14, and 15 and 16 are much bigger and much dense in terms of population, so we let them alone. So we have different optimization, local and more global. Next slide, please. So we have here some results. If I have a look on the 2 figure at the top of the slide, we can see the solution for the CO2 emissions. So at the left, you have the optimization. So we optimize locally and globally. But if you come back to each district, you can see that in the 2 solutions, we have sometimes better solutions for the district itself in terms of CO2 emission. For example, let's have a look on the district 4. We see that in that case, for this district, it's better to have the grouped district than the single district, because the single district than the group district, because the orange curve, it's below the gray curve. But if I have a look on the 8th district, it's the contrary, okay? So here we have no conclusion between the the local and the global optimization because we have different point of view. But if I have a look on the white graph, I can see that the gray curve is always below the orange curve. Or for the CO2 emission, we know that the pollution is global. It's not a pollution that we can have locally. We know that if we decrease the CO2 emission, it's wherever around the world, it's great for everybody. Okay, so we see that in that case, we have a better solution with the group district than with a single district. And we can see the same for the fine particles. So with the graphs in the bottom of the slide, we have exactly the same results. So as conclusion for the CO2 emission, and for the fine particle, it's better to have a global optimization than to have a local optimization. Next slide, please. If we have now a look with Bogota versus Paris, so Bogota is in Colombia, okay, we see at the left that we have here 2 warehouses. UDC means Urban Delivery Center, and that we have, as for Paris, a lot of points of deliveries. Next slide. But the difference at the left, you have Paris. So Paris is almost a cycle. And we see that we have a lot of very small streets with a lot of constraints, with some monuments. And we have a river. At the right, we have Bogota. So Bogota is not a cycle, it's very long. So we can enter by different roads in the city, and we have not we are very easily in the center of Bogota. And we can see in that case that when we try to multiply the districts, when we have a global group of districts, we have not the same results than for Paris. It's much more interesting for Paris to aggregate the district than for Bogota. So it means that, I talked about that at the beginning, we can't have a solution for all the cities. What we have as results for Paris, we can't apply that for Bogota with the same results. So it's really important to think about the specificities of the city when we want to apply a solution, and not to apply directly one solution for a city to another city. Next slide, please. So the third principle for this environmental point of view, we think about cargo bag delivery. So we apply that for the city of Paris. So I use the same figure, and we see that we have some bag for the delivery and some trucks. The idea was, of course, when you use bike, you can put less goods on the bag than on the trucks. We have some very nice cargo bags, but of course it's smaller than trucks. So the idea is to have trucks from the warehouse outside the city. We enter in the city with these trucks, but after they are stopped, and we use them. Thank you. We use them as mobile storage. And after we have bike, they come to the truck, they load the goods, they deliver the different point of deliveries, and they come back to the trucks to load again, and they deliver again. And we see that in that case, we decrease CO2 equivalent emission and the fine particles, but we have more land occupation than when we deliver directly with the trucks. So it was not an obvious result because we didn't think about that. So we see that in that case, we need to think about the organization of the infrastructure of the cities, because it means that we have an invasion of this public space with the bikes that we don't have if we use trucks. So here we have to rethink about the organization of the infrastructure of the city, and it's not a very easy thing, because Paris, as other cities, it's an old city, so it's not easy to rethink about the road infrastructure inside the city. Next slide. So we have some points for the environmental point of view, and if now we go to the social point of view, because we need to be sustainable, we need to think about these two pillars. When we think about a gender point of views, we know that we have some gender bias when we make decision, and a lot of cities were designed by men, and we know that in that case it produced some biases in terms of decision. So, and we know that we have different habits if we are women and men in the city. So if we think about urban transportation, some studies show that women use more walk and bike and use public transportation. That it means that we have to think about safety for women in public transportation. We know that with that mean of transportation, we need more time than with motorized mean of transportation. That it means that women have limited times to travel. So in that case, they can access to less employment, for example, than men, because they can travel less than men to go to work. And at the same time, we know that a lot of cities have green policy, and we know that when the world women earn less than men, and if we have some policy with some monetary constraints, we address we have more issues for women than men in that case. So we need to think about that in terms of parity. So here it's for the personal and business transportation. But if we think about employment itself in the urban logistic and in supply chain and logistic more globally, we have about 30 women in logistic education. So it means that if we have less women in education, of course, after we have less women for this employment. So we need to do something for this woman to increase the number of women in some masters, in some bachelors, in logistics. And what we see is that in the master degree, we have 30% of women, but it's much more the case when we address employment with less diploma, because we know, because we see that in the city, and we have that in some publications, that drivers, handlers are more male employment that female, and that we have for this mean of transportation with light commercial vehicles, scooters or bike that I talked just before for the goods delivery, we have more men than women. So we see that we have a non-parity urban logistic in terms of transportation and in terms of employment. Next slide, please. So in terms of future research, we can think about other innovative means of transportation. We can think about drones, we can think about robots, we can think of more multimodal means of transportation. We can think about other logistic organization. I talk about mobile storage, but maybe we can think about other kind of organization. And what solution in terms of parity to have a much more parity urban logistic. So a lot of questions now about all these things about urban logistic, and to wonder more sustainable this urban logistic in the future. Thank you very much for your attention, and of course I'm available by as the previous intervenant, I'm of course available for any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Ziegler. This is a kind of very interesting research that you have been done. So something that never think before, that the approach on gender studies can be implemented in the urban logistics studies. So it's very interesting for us. Thank you so much, Professor.
Thank you.
So we move to the last speakers in this session. He is Dr. Roy Heisman. I think he was here. Hello, Dr. Heisman.
Good day, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, sir. So, Dr. Heisman is an associate professor in childhood and youth studies at the Netherlands Institute of Social Science, or Erasmus University, The Hague, the Netherlands. His background is in human geography or PhD, Master in Development Studies, and BA in teacher training course. Dr. Heisman did 2 major international comparative research projects focusing on young people's orientation to the future and their pathways into social adulthood. So it's very relates to our topics in this international colloquium. And then he also conduct some research into young people's engagement with mobile telephony in rural post-socially Southeast Asia. I hope is Indonesia part of your research? Perhaps you can tell us later. And then his research is actually characterized by an ethnographic orientation. So, Dr. Roy Heisman, time is yours, please.
Thank you very much for this kind introduction. Let me meanwhile share the screen. That should be coming. Okay, thanks again for this very kind invitation. It's very nice to meet again people from Universitas Pajajaran. It's been a while, so and also colleagues from elsewhere. I hope my voice is audible, and I hope also that the slides meanwhile are visible. Now, in terms of presentation and trying to link them to what my colleagues who've just come before me have said, I will emphasize a little bit more the youth dimension in it all, and link back the discussion on sustainability also to where many of us are located, that is at the university. Now, some sides that I think we are familiar with. So thinking about youth and sustainability, these two have been brought together for a very long time already. What you see on the left-hand side of the screen are some pictures of taken from a textbook, a primary school textbook used in Laos, a country in Southeast Asia. No doubt you find them also in Indonesian textbooks. I haven't checked, but my colleagues can correct me. So what you see these pictures are appropriate and inappropriate deemed engagement with the environment. So no slash and burn within agriculture, no killing of wildlife, and ideally that's at the bottom. Children should be planting trees and all that and protecting the environment. So through these textbooks, young people, students in this case, are sort of positions as targets of change. Through the young people, the idea is that we realize a better, more environmentally just future. So young people at the receiving end of adult conceived wisdom about sustainability. Increasingly, that is shifting a little bit. If you go to various websites to do with research funding, as many of us visit, you find that youth these days is often at the core there and increasingly matched to sustainability. So these are just two examples. This is an EU funding portal, which is about young people, the young generation, and they squeeze in this term sustainability, making funds available for those of us lucky and successful enough to get it, to do research about this relation, young people and the future, with the idea of unlocking change and putting young people also in the driving seat of change. There's another one, I'm from the Netherlands, by the way, so this is another university in the Netherlands, Utrecht University, which has a seed money fund, so smaller amounts of money, but very specific about youth as agents of sustainable change. So funds to unlock youth as potential agents of change. Now, this is all fine and well, viewing youth as targets in more sustainable futures, or seeing them as sort of the agents of change. But if we look left and right, we should also conclude that perhaps young people are already sort of making their mark in making the world more sustainable. I think many of us are familiar with the Friday for Futures movement. So very much in the spirit of Greta Thunberg, who has now become famous, this Norwegian girl who went on strike in order to make her case for a better climate future. That was followed by many young people the world over in Europe, but also beyond Europe, strikes, not going to school in order to save the future. So on Fridays, therefore called Fridays for Future. So that's a global movement. At the institute I am at, which is the Institute of Social Studies in The Hague, we also find that the students are impatient. They can't wait for us as adult lecturers to improve the world. So what they do, they use the research paper, that's a dissertation project, to explore change themselves. So here we have an example. That's the screenshot in the screen of a student who's exploring this gap of academia, as she termed it, between lecturers who teach about sustainability in the lecture hall, but meanwhile catch a flight to the next conference. These two don't connect from an environmental perspective. So she's exploring this gap on the basis of interviews with academics, my colleagues, and so it's actually pursuing these questions. Why is it that we debate about these things, but apparently we put too little actions to the things that matter? Now, what I've done in the previous slides is to very briefly discuss about some ways in which youth and sustainability are brought together. Now I want to, and that's all important. So I'm not trying to deny any of its importance, but what I want to do in the next few slides is to bring in the university too. At least I'm at a university, many of us in the screen are too. And I do not know what the state of debate is in countries like Indonesia or France or India, relating to the speakers who've come before me. But at least in the Netherlands, the question is increasingly there. Universities are not just there to research the environment and sustainability and to target young people and facilitate discussions about a better future, but we're also looking into the mirror. What are universities actually doing in both ways? Contributing to environmental problems, but also perhaps reducing the impact we have on the environment. So in 2019, so this is about Dutch academia, many Dutch scholars signed a letter expressing concerns about the very limited actions that universities were taking in that regard. And that letter was signed by many of my colleagues, and eventually it was adopted by the National Associations for Universities in the Netherlands. And I put a few quotes here, and then I read them out in brief. It's that although many researchers at Dutch universities are active in debate on climate change, our institutions, speaking to Dutch universities, themselves often have no ambitious climate agenda, and no common approach among universities lacking. It goes on, researchers make a particularly high contribution to carbon emissions, especially by using air transport to travel to conferences, to conduct research, or to participate in consultations or commissions. Of course, I'm guilty of that. I've come to Bandung on previous occasions, so I thought since we do this online this time, I can make a few of these points without sounding too hypocritical. But these, at least in the Dutch academic landscape, these are profound observations. Of course, there are other points too, but let me stick in the interest of time, just to the issue of air travel, because it's fundamental and it's sort of a straightforward point. Now, in order to pursue this line of thinking further, it's also useful to pause for a few seconds to reflect on where I enter this debate. So the issue of positionality, because that matters. So it matters in two ways. It's important to situate it in relation to the university of which I'm a part, and also in relation to my position at the university. So in respect to the former, of course, universities can and perhaps should play a role in addressing climate issues, but perhaps that's not its core business. It's an important thing to keep in mind. Its core business is, of course, knowledge production. When we think about possible policies, we also should think about the university, not just as an academic institute, but also as a social landscape. So how any sort of policies we imagine might play out within this uneven social landscape that the university consists of. Now, the institute I'm at, the Institute of Social Studies, is an international institute concerned with international development. So it has a long history of travel. It has a long history of air travel. Because my colleagues, myself included, have visited Indonesia and many other places and used air travel for that. Of course, travel doesn't always have to be physical, and we've learned lots about that, how the travel of ideas can also be facilitated through platforms like we meet today. So we are rethinking all that, but there is something to say about maintaining face-to-face contact too, in its business of knowledge production. Maybe not with the same intensity, but every so often, at least my opinion would be, there is some added value of it, but we need to be more mindful, conscious about how and when we use that. Now, also briefly about my position at the university, because if we talk about how universities can employ policies that are more climate friendly, it's important to acknowledge that I'm in a privileged position that I'm at a Dutch university, which is globally speaking a fairly wealthy university. So we are in a position to fund air travel tickets to an extent which is perhaps not the same as for many other universities. So that's an important point to make. It's also important to acknowledge that I have a permanent contract. I'm an associate professor. That means, my position is relatively more comfortable than those who are on short-term teaching contracts, postdoctoral position, and the like. Thirdly, I'm doing my research on things like youth and migration, often in places like, sometimes in Indonesia, but mostly in Laos and in Vietnam. So in order to keep that work up, some degree of travel has been key to my academic career so far. So these things also bite back if I talk about questioning the necessity or the intensivity with which we have been traveling. Now, taking us to the university and doing that through sort of a loosely employed youth studies perspective, the lens of gender. So what you see in the snapshot is my university, at least the corridor in my university yesterday. As you can see, we just coming very slowly out of the pandemic, so corridors are still very empty. Most of my colleagues still work from home. The one door open happened to be my door. So that's the state of the university in the Netherlands as it is today. But to the substance of the matter, when we talk about policies that seek to make the university more climate friendly, the fact of the matter is often that these policies are designed by more senior academics, because that's how universities are organized, as many other enterprises and businesses are. Yet they may well affect different groups of academics quite differently. And here, a youth studies perspective is sort of relevant because it looks at generation as a social relation, or here perhaps social status of hierarchy is perhaps the more accurate analytics. But for a hierarchical landscape that the universities are, it's important to look at these age-related power differentials. But gender, as a previous speaker mentioned, is also important here, as we will see in a few seconds. Now, back to the issue of air travel, which I want to chew on for a little while. So here, the quote from this letter signed by many Dutch academics, highlighting that air travel is a major problem in the sense that it contributes to carbon emissions, and we do so for much of the core of our academic work, that is for research conferences and the like. At the same time, and addressing that, it requires action. At the same time, it also says that international contacts are indispensable, and it notes that we have found alternative or different means for it. Whether that will do away with air traffic altogether, that's of course the question. I don't fully think so, but it's a case for at least reducing it. So if we start to imagine, because that's the state of affairs in the Dutch academic landscape at the moment, we are thinking about possible policies. These policies aren't there. Well, some schools are a little bit ahead of the crowd, so they have implemented policies, but at a Dutch national level, they are not yet there. But quite likely policy implications will be that we'll see policies that try to stimulate less or no air travel or shorter distances. Of course, the question is, what distance is short? Are we talking about 400 kilometers, 500 kilometers? From a Dutch perspective, do we need to take the train to Paris or fly to Paris? That sort of question. London, the same. Train to London or fly to London. Some destinations are very hard to reach, taking public transport, train and buses. Going to Bandung from the Netherlands, one has to fly. There are any alternative means are quite time intensive. But these trips will probably have to become fewer, so fewer long distance trips. Now, if these long distance trips become fewer, an added policy will probably be make them smarter. So combine multiple purposes. Don't just go there for a conference or 2 or 3 days, but combine it with research, combine it with teaching, so it becomes a multi-purpose journey, which probably also makes it longer. Now, I made the point about generation, and I squeeze in gender also to a tiny extent. It's useful to sort of think through, imagine how these possible policies, not actual policies yet, might affect different academics differently. Just to be ahead of the pack, so that we're not caught by surprise. Now, if we will really see a ban on university-paid short-distance air travel, at least in the European context, I'm not sure about Indonesia, it will have an effect of an increase in travel expenses and also durations. If I travel by plane to Paris, it's up and down, it's less than an hour going, less than an hour, I can do it in a day. If I take the train, I will probably need to book in a night's accommodation because it will take more time. The effect is, and also the train, because we have such incredibly cheap air travel, too cheap air travel, traveling slowly over land will actually make our trips more expensive. This will, I imagine, hit junior academic staff harder than senior academic staff, because typically there are fewer funds they can draw on to realize such trips. What will happen to fewer long distance trips? Now, the effect will be that we will simply travel less frequently. As a result, we have fewer face-to-face interaction, and the webinars, as we do today, will remain important. And for a person like me, that's probably fine and well. I don't need to travel all the way around the world. It's better for my body and all that. But I got invited to this conference. Imagine when you're a junior academic, when you're still trying to establish your name, you need this exposure, you need these networking opportunities. So such a policy might affect them just that little bit harder than it would do to people in a position like I have. Take the next one. Policies trying to stimulate smarter long distance trips. How that will police, it probably means that we need to put in a multi-purpose justification in order to get a travel approval. The effect will be that our away from the university and also away from home will be longer in duration. When we are away from home, we probably have to continue doing the regular work because we can now do so through Zoom and Teams and the like. Again, what does that mean? For a younger academic, it's much more difficult to combine these multiple purposes because you're building up your portfolio of activities. Younger academics, not always, but often might well have young families. Being away from home for a longer period of time might be a challenge on them. And that challenge will be gendered, I suspect, in relation to young women. So these are things to think about. So don't get me wrong. I think universities should definitely think about reducing, at least Dutch universities, possibly European universities more broadly, should definitely think on reducing their impact on the environment. But at the same time, as intergenerational institutes, you need to think how they can enable more junior staffs to contribute that without having them compromise on their career prospects. Now, how am I doing in time? Can I squeeze in a little bit more to sort of close this talk with some practical examples of how I managed to make my own research a bit more climate friendly, which connects to this previous speaker. So this is myself in the picture doing a form of research that I realized is actually climate friendly because I'm biking, not even on an electric bike, but on an actual bike. I have started a career as a food deliverer. So that links nicely to the previous talk. Now, why I call this Deliveroo research, referring to the company that I signed up for. This research was absolutely curiosity driven in the sense that I saw current, but also former students of our institute working in this part of the gig economy, also other parts. And it speaks to my interest about young people and migration, because many of our students and former students are migrants. So I was wondering how these two actually come to meet on the streets of The Hague. And since I do most of my research in an ethnographic manner, how does one do it? One signs up and becomes a fellow writer to sort of study the phenomena from the inside out. That led me to a number of realizations. So I didn't start this research with the goal of doing climate-friendly research, but I realized, gosh, I'm cycling, I'm not flying, I'm doing the research right on the doorsteps of my university. This is actually quite climate-friendly. And it's academically, at least for me, interesting. I can pursue my research questions, but in a climate-friendly way. It also led to a few other realizations in terms of timing. Most of my research has been in Southeast Asia, and I did that research when the time was there, meaning I had a teaching-free term. That time was not necessarily the best time for doing the research, but it was determined by my teaching schedule. Now, doing research on the streets of The Hague, I can do research when the time is good for doing research, because there are moments in the day, in the year, when research is simply more productive because things are happening. I can weave it around my other responsibilities, both professionally, domestically. I was struck by the sort of depth that I generate. I hop on my bicycle. I do a round of delivery. I meet fellow riders, chatting like this. And I call these things interviews. And so it's sort of immediately depth. If I compare that with my usual research in Laos, for example, where there's bodily adjustment, coming off of a plane, jet lag, it takes a few days to sort of properly function, even though I try to do some research in those days. It's a very slow process in much of Laos to get research starting. So it really sort of made me think. Doing research at home also meant that students were seeing what I actually do when I talk about research, colleagues too. So this line of research, I rarely have to explain to students or teachers because they've seen me doing it. So there's a real educational function to it too. Does it mean that I'm advocating for just doing local research, which obviously from a climate perspective would be a sensible thing to do? Well, yes and no. I think I've realized that this is a viable line of research. It's not excluding my international research, but it's added to it. This local research actually has sort of more global offsprings. So a former student, inspired by the research, started to do something similar on the streets of Kathmandu, doing ride sharing on her motorbike, and we published about it together. When I visited Laos the last time, I'm also interested in the food sharing or the food delivery markets there. So that's what you see in the other picture. So it's locally rooted, but global possibilities. Now, really concluding, I hope I'm still within time, is that an important point that I want to re-emphasize is that universities obviously have an important role in engaging youth in questions of sustainability, and perhaps should be even more welcoming to young people's perspectives and also actions in that regard. Don't wait for us adult academics to have resolved these questions when young people have perhaps already worked out some of the answers. We should give them a platform. At the same time, universities are intergenerational institutes. So we have to consider the role of universities too in realizing more sustainable futures, which might well require rethinking to some or perhaps more dramatic extent the way we work, and at the same time be attentive to how these possible policies might work out in the landscape of universities in terms of generation, seniority, gender, and the like. Do research differently. That's what a few notes on my delivery research sought to illustrate. May well mean that it can be stimulating too. Perhaps it's not just climate friendly, but also intellectually stimulating, methodologically stimulating. So with these concluding points, I sort of leave you, and thank you very much for granting me this time to share these thoughts. As you can see, these are thoughts up for discussion, obviously.
Thank you very much, Dr. Heisman. Well, you make us realize that sometimes we didn't realize that we did the paradox between what we are talking in the class and what we have did in the practice. So you also tell some suggestions for young researchers in terms of more sustainable research in the future. So thank you so much, Dr. Heisman, for the inspirative and also impressive presentation that you have done. Ladies and gentlemen, now we move to the question and answer sessions. I ask to the audience, to the participants, anybody, okay, there is one participant who want to ask directly. The first one is Mario. Please, Mario.
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity. My question is directed to Professor Yeigler and also Dr. Huisman. First for Professor Yeigler, I'm actually very interested with the with the research regarding the logistic in the urban setting. So you've mentioned that of course there's no one size fit all solution to problems with regards to logistics in the urban area, but I'm not quite familiar with how the organization of the urban planning in Bogota, but as I understand there's some sort of roles of the urban block city blocks in Paris, and when we compare it to cities such as Jakarta or Bandung in Indonesian context, of course, it's very different, right? Whereas cities in Indonesia are segregated by boulevards, and then inside those segregated places, there are just smaller lanes, which makes it kind of challenging for to implement the model such as you illustrated in the presentation. So my question is when it comes to research like this, where is urban planning come into the equation? Do we do the research around the existing urban planning, or should our research is aimed to kind of change the urban planning condition in a certain city as well? Because Jakarta is just recently been, deemed as like the worst planned city in the world. So that's my first question. And then second, on the issue on like, gender, the promotion of like gender in more to kind of like promote more women in logistic related jobs. There's like an issue, especially like, in developing countries in Indonesia, which is like gender-based violence and also crime. Like that's also like, something that oftentimes kind of like prevent women to take like, jobs in the logistics sectors. And it's kind of like, I mean, of course, government can do something regarding to this, but like there's also some elements of like, cultural shift, like the culture of like, misogyny and everything. So I'm just kind of like curious on like what your perspective regarding those issues when it comes to this. And then my questions to Dr. Huisman, it's regarding, I'm very much interested with the role of university in forming some sort of like a mindset of sustainability within the youth. And, going into the field of sustainability, I often get like, some sort of like anecdotes or kind of like questions, sort of like, if you want to study sustainability, it's better for you to go abroad because like you won't have like, an appreciation if you stayed in Indonesia, something like that. So, and then like, within the academic sector itself, when we talk about like Indonesia, there's like a push of like university to be kind of like more focused on producing like quote unquote industry friendly individuals. And in absence of like, sustainable, like a big sustainable industry environment in the country, like what the role of like, the university itself and us like as academia to kind of like reconcile those two concepts, like university as like, sort of like an agent of change in terms of like sustainability and also like producing people who can kind of like go into the industry itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Mario. I think Dr. Huisman and Professor Ziegler can respond directly, please.
Okay, so thank you for the question. They are very interesting, so I will try to answer to these two questions. For the first one, I think that when we use our mathematical model, we use some real data, so we need to take into account the planning of the city, the current situation. But for example, if I take the example of the mobile storage, so you stop the truck, in fact, somewhere in the city, it's interesting because you can stop there at very different places that you can do if you have to build a warehouse, even if it's a small one in the city. So it's a first step to advantages. The first one is that you can try to put somewhere the trucks and you can optimize. And after, if you want a warehouse there, you can know before where you have to put it and if it's the best solution or not. But I think that when we use some real data, we need to take into account the current situation. So we can change the planning of the city. And it's one of the major issue for the urban logistics, because when you have to put, for example, I take the example of the warehouses. When you have to put one warehouse somewhere and you have to optimize that, when it's not in the city, it's very easy because you take the optimized solution and you build your house there. When you have the city, if you do that, 90% of chance to put the warehouse somewhere you can't. So you have to think about that. What we do is that we try to find the possible places inside the city, and after we optimize according to these places. So we have to take into account the current situation. I agree with you. If it will be the best solution if we can just erase all the city and build a new one with all the things which are perfect for the urban logistic, but it's not the case. And when we talk with the actors of the urban logistics, the state or the companies and so on, they say that it's just impossible. We can try to do some things to improve, but we can't change everything. So we need to have a compromise between the current situation and what we can change in the planning of the city. We can change, for example, if we think about the cargo bikes, we can transform some roads for motorized vehicles into roads for bikes. So we can do that, but it's not it's a small changes, I think, according to erase everything. And for the second question, so I hope that I answered to your question. For the second question, I think you're totally right. It's for that I at the beginning of my presentation I said that the culture and the cultural base, if I can say that, are very important when we think about the habits and the organization of a city. But what we think as solution is that we have to deconstruct, in fact, this base from the childhood of people. So of course we have some cultural and some religious things that we don't have to change, but to change these issues in the employment, for example, we need to change that at the beginning, because in fact, and we see that when we can, according to our different education system, when we can choose the major, for example, in the scientific or the literature major, we know that female pupils are more choose more literature major than scientific major. So when they do that very early in the education process, after it's too late to change, or almost too late. So we have to think about that very early and not just in the university. It's almost too late to change something. Thank you very much. I hope that I answered to the question.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Ziegler. And then please, Dr. Heisman, to respond.
Yes, let me start responding by saying thank you for the question, and also let me apologize. It's early morning here, so some domestic matters are happening. I need to get kids to school and all that, so I'm multitasking. The question, so yes, universities, I agree with the previous speaker. Perhaps if we wait for universities, it's too late already, and universities are ambiguous spaces, in the sense that they're often positioned as agents of change, but they're also rooted in deeply conservative structures. At least if I speak for many universities in the Netherlands, they have their roots in the medieval past, and that comes with all sorts of gender and generational problems. That's at least in the Netherlands well known. I just hope that in Indonesia things are better, so you can also unlock that potential of change that universities have. And yeah, I was struck by your part of your comment when you mentioned about the importance of going abroad. And actually, I would agree that for your intellectual formation and exposure, it's important to spend time elsewhere. And of course, what is elsewhere is, it can be, for me, spending time in Bordeaux, for example, or other places, but meeting other people who don't necessarily think in the same ways as your home university thinks is, I think, important for all of us. And that often requires some physical dislocation. So for me, it would be good to spend some time at Indonesian universities. For Indonesian colleagues, it would be good to spend time. So I think air travel, writing it out entirely is perhaps unrealistic, but we should be mindful for it. What I see at our universities is that students, the changes we have seen are there because of students. They demand that we separate our garbage. It didn't come from management. They ask questions about the funding of our research if it comes from polluting companies. And they say, why are you accepting it when you preach this in the classroom? So I think creating platforms for these students, engaging with them on a more equal footing is perhaps a good hope that we have with us. I'm sorry, I'm not fully answering your question, but at least you hope, I hope that you get how I speak to this ambiguous nature of the university, which has its potential, but also these many constraints.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I don't think that Mario need further question, yeah, for this. Thank you so much. We have another one participant who want to ask directly. Please, Mr. Chandra.
Okay, thank you very much to Pak Dika as moderator, and thank you for all participants. It's nice to see you again, Professor Roy Husman, since we met in Bandung. Unfortunately, we cannot meet directly, but yeah, I think it's very nice to see you again here. And this question is relatively out of the context, but it's still in the sustainability and for the next generation perspective. As we know, the city will still grow or transform. The village also grow or transformation. But the big question is, where is the sustainability will lead us? There is a big question in my mind, especially when we always talking about sustainability and try to develop a best practice. But at the same time, that's a big multi-billion industry that we never call is a sustainability industry, or we cannot call this industry as a green industry, but we never address this issue. And I will mention, we call this military industry, because in every country, the budget is always raised, and we know the purpose is not only for sustainability, but they extract many mineral for develop like a weapon and so on. But the purpose itself is not for sustainability. So how we can address this issue to the next generation to save this fund for this industry for very good research, for humanities activity and so on. So I will ask this question to all presenter, and please give an insight for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Chandra. It's very interesting question. Itu Pak Chandra asked to the all speakers. Who will be the first one to respond, please? Okay, perhaps Pak Professor Sunardi, please.
Okay, thank you. It's a very hard question to answer. Yeah, I think the problem is on our perception. We still, to say, put the standard of our quality of life on, yeah, let's say on economical growth, then the consequence is we have to dig the land, we have to cut the trees, something like that. Because our imagination is the good life is we have everything in our hands. So we need to, let's say, intervene that process, that we need to have a better perception of on our, let's say, on our life, something like that, at least on our standard of living. Yeah, as I mentioned in the presentation, that some countries, their people have their well-being without very high GNP, something like that. So it is a kind of a good example for us, just to, how to say, to refer our perception about the what is a good life, something like that. It is my opinion.
Thank you, sir. Interesting opinion. So perhaps Dr. Deepak Verma has opinion as well, please. Before we move to our colleagues from the Europe, please, Dr. Deepak. Before we move to our colleagues from the Europe.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Can you hear? Okay, okay, very fine. Actually, I hear very sincerely to all the speaks that colleagues speak from the Europe. That was very interesting and inspiration. I hope and believe and wish to all those people who belong from your university as well as other people who having the same interest of the area, whatever areas he determined, describe, express, they can interact better for their further research, development, and other aspects that can help to the Indonesian pupils and universities for their further development. This was my best wishes for to all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Deepak. Move to our college from Europe. Perhaps Professor Jacob. Our college from Europe. Perhaps Professor Jacob. Professor Jacob, do you have any opinion?
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Okay.
Yes, it's a very good question, and thank you for this. Yeah, it's not an easy one. I think that you know, I have another conference last week, and there are some enterprises for goodies. You know, all these things with a lot of plastics very often, and they say that it's not military, but I think it could give an insight. And they say I want to be sustainable, but in fact my activity is not sustainable. So maybe my goodies could be more sustainable, but in fact I don't need goodies. And they discuss about that, and they say that they want to be tutorate and help to find another activity. So they know that they have some expertise to manufacture these goodies and so on, but what can they do with the same expertise instead of goodies? So I was very surprised, and in the good sense, because I say, okay, they know that they want to be sustainable. They have products which are not sustainable, and they don't say, okay, we will do organic cotton, we will do recycled plastic, and so on. They say maybe we have to change our business model to change the products we manufacture. And it was a very interesting way of thinking, I think. So maybe just another insight for this question.
Thank you, Professor Jaegler. So, Dr. Heisman, do you have opinion with the sensitive issues in Indonesia?
Yeah. I agree with the moderator that this is sensitive matter. So by my respect for raising the question, because obviously it's important, because the military matters, not just for military purposes, but also for political and economic purposes. I'm not a specialist on the role of the military in Indonesian society, but I can draw on my experience from mainland Southeast Asia. In the Lao context, the military is hugely powerful. In Thailand, it is run by a military junta. Myanmar, we know, right? So these are not just military forces; they're much more than that. So this easily becomes global. We had a discussion in Dutch academia about a pension fund. So there's a pension fund, national pension fund, in which all university staff have to make a compulsory contribution. It's deducted from your payslip, goes into a fund. How these pension funds work, they invest in order to make the fund grow larger so they can pay out pensions eventually. There was a huge debate about this Dutch pension fund to which academics contribute, invest in Myanmar, invest in many projects that actually, if you follow the lines are run directly, sometimes indirectly, by the military. So there we have a question, right? And people ask, is this appropriate that such a fund for Dutch academic pensions is effectively contributing to realizing businesses that one can perhaps not just ask environmental questions about, but also other questions. So these things are connected. So I'm not responding directly to this sensitive question, but at least highlighting how issues in Southeast Asia are also connected with localized issues elsewhere. And thank you, Chandra, for bringing up this important question that often remains an elephant in the room.
Thank you so much, Dr. Heisman.
Thank you for.
So, actually, we still have several questions from the link that we have shared to the participant. I think we still have times. Many minutes? I think it's about 5 or 10 minutes. So there are several questions for Professor Sunardi. I will read it. First one is from Pak Rimbo Gunawan.
Oh yeah.
The question is, spirituality is the core of the problem, right? Are you saying that
yes.
the problem is inherently lays in the basic tenet of spirituality itself, or the way it is enacted when the spirituality meets with practical everyday life? In other words, the way we interpret spirituality and turn to act does matter. Can we elaborate more in this subject?
Okay, directly. Thank you. I hope I can give a good answer, yeah, because it's a complex or a complicated question, I think. Yeah, the conclusion of that spirituality is at the core of the this problem is came out from the let's say gap analysis between this condition and situation. I mean, and the environmental crisis, and also the spiritual situation. So start from the problem of environment, then people conclude that this is rooted on the spiritual dimension of the human. Yeah. But as you see that mankind or human is, let's say, created from two elements, and spirituality is one of the elements. From the genuine form, spirituality is a capacity to understand, to learn, to analyze, and also love also there, and then kindness, justice, etc. This is the non-material aspects that man confess and also want to achieve. But let's say all people have the same capacity, but it is then depend on the man her himself to what kind of food or feed or input they like to give. So in the context of spiritual development, if we want to have a let's say very high spirituality, then we need to fit with something. It's correct or right, and also how to say, right, righteousness or something like that. And this meaning that the feeding or the inputs will determine where your spiritual growth. And the case of our environmental crisis, if you perceive that nature is no purpose, for example, or if the nature is profane without sacredness or something transcendence, this become a problem, I think, in terms of your spirituality. Or if you refuse the connectedness of yourself with the nature, then it's also a problem. Or if you don't acknowledge the reciprocal interrelation in terms of matter or non-material, then also the problem. So the conclusion of my conclusion, it starts from or based on that situation. When our spiritual dimension refuse the purpose on the creation, and we perceive that the nature is profound, refuse the connectedness of man and the nature, and also if we don't acknowledge that there is a reciprocal interaction between man and also the nature, then the spiritual growth is let's say it's not let's say it's not correct. So it becomes a problem. So that's why today we have our behavior. I mean, life. Let's say lifestyle, recent lifestyle, and also consumption behavior, and everything that is maybe threaten the nature. This is my intention.
Okay, so further question for Professor Sunardi come from Muhammad Rizki. He asked, can the study of religious ecology gives insight into how particular environments have influenced the development of cultures?
Could you repeat? Sorry.
Okay, can this study of religious ecology gives insight into how particular environments have influenced the development of cultures?
Yes, I think it's possible because in my knowledge, religion also gives some rational view, rational outlook, and also man himself as a rational being. So religion cannot avoid the rationality of the man. So in my assumption, or in my let's say in my opinion, after reading some let's say text on the holy book, many things or many messages, we can see the rationality. We can connect everything which is also can be understood by our rational mind. So I think religion is the future of our sustainability. I think this is my opinion.
So perhaps this is the last question for Professor Sunardi.
Oh, nice.
It comes from Septian Pratama. He asked, as we know that the primary reason for human disconnection with nature is technology.
Yes.
Can we use the things that disconnect us from the nature, which is technology, to reconnect, to counter its negative impact?
Sorry, please you repeat. I'm sorry, this is not so clear.
Okay, I will repeat the question.
Sorry.
As we know, the primary reason for human disconnection with nature is technology.
Yes, one of this.
Yes. Can we use the thing that disconnect us from nature to reconnect, to counter its negative impact?
Okay. Yeah, technology is concerned with something technical, yes, technical. Of course, with technology, we have some benefits, and of course, we cannot avoid the role of technologies. Some environmental problem can be solved by the usage of technologies, right? Yeah. For example, if we have water polluted by, let's say, industrial factory, then the solution is there. Yeah. Yeah, I also would like to confirm that sure, technology can solve many environmental problems, but our question is, if technology also develops so fast, then why the problem of environment also growing very fast? Means that the problem of the environment cannot be solved all by technologies. I mean, that technology have a particular role in how to say, in recover the environmental problems, I think.
Okay, thank you for the response, Professor Sunardi. So we move to the next question. It is for Dr. Deepak. Dr. Deepak, is still here?
Can you hear me?
So the question is from Muhammad Rizki.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly. The question is, how do you respond to the development of biotechnology toward? The question is, how do you respond to the development of biotechnology toward GM rice, genetically modified rice? Is it safe for consumption and does not reduce the nutrition contained? Is it safe for consumption and does not reduce the nutrition contained?
Genetically modified rice are just made by human interference have been created to the genetic modified rice. As you know that whenever it is good or bad, it is quite difficult task to classify, to group this is good or not, bad or not, because we people all know that whenever we have interfere with the nature take revenge. For example, one example I would like to give you. If you will see over the world, when we interfere with the nature, then nature take revenge with us. For example, see, nature create us, not we create to the nature. So if nature create us, then nature have to think that what must need for our survival. So nature create rice, but what we did, we have interfere and create genetically modified rice. It is good for ourselves. Being a scientist, I cannot say that genetically modified rice is a bad thing or bad impact will have by genetically modified rice on the people, because I am a scientist. Okay, being a scientist, I cannot say because it is a scientific invention. But being a human, being a nature lover, being a environment lover, I cannot say that it is good, because if we are producing genetically modified rice, that means to say we are interfering, insisting to the nature. And if we insist to the nature, interfere with the nature, then nature must be take revenge against this act with the humans. For this, you can see many examples. There were many floods, many mountains broken, and many things happened with the nature on the earth. That is also the result of our interfere with the nature. So we cannot say that it is bad or it is safe, but people would like to do any invention or any interfere. For example, with respect to the genetically modified rice, if people are thinking that it is good, it can be implemented, because whenever scientists people are planning to develop, to create, to invention anything else, not for the bad impact. Every time scientists think always to do any invention for human welfare. In this regard, genetically modified rice also have been developed for human welfare. And what will be the good or bad impact of the genetically modified rice that have been developed biotechnologically, we'll see in the future when it has been implied with the people for further consumption. In just past 1 week back, I found one news from India that genetically modified rice have been implemented, varieties implemented for cultivation purpose or consumption purpose. I'm not sure for that, but I heard some news within 1 week or past 1 week back. This was my suggestions, opinions on genetically modified rice that have been developed by scientists with the help of biotechnology and geometric engineering.
Thank you so much, Dr. Verma. So this is the last question for Professor Anissa Jagira. So this is the last question for the Paris government to help urban logistic problems.
It's a good question, thank you. I think that we can have some regulations. There are already some regulations about the type of trucks, for example, inside the city. They can help for some location for the storage inside the city to optimize the deliveries inside and after. I think that of course they can help, because for the second part, and maybe for the part urban logistic, for the planning of the city, they are the guys that can change something. They decide the organization of the city. So in including some sustainable point of view indicators, research studies about that, they can render more sustainable the city, the center of the city, and for the personal movement inside the city, and of course for the business moves.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Jegler, for the response. Well, ladies and gentlemen, actually there are still several questions asked by the participants in this session. However, we run out of time, so unfortunately we have to close this session. So I would like to thank the speakers for the informative, interesting presentation, and also for all participants for the active participation in this session. So finally, let's give applause for the speaker and all of you. Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, in terms of the role of youth in the sustainability, science and sustainability issues, I would like to recite what the Indonesian First President Sukarno said: the role of the youth in the community, in the nation, in civilization. He said, "Give me 1,000 old men, I will surely uproot the mountain from its roots. But give me 10 youth, I will surely shake the world." So this is the importance of youth compared to the old men in the world. So thank you again, ladies and gentlemen, for joining this international colloquium. So I return the time and arrangement to the MC. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Tika Supiandi, for facilitating this panel amazingly. And thank you very much for the really wonderful presentation from our invited speaker, Mr. Sunardi, Mr. Deepak Kumar, Mrs. Sanisia Jegler, and Mr. Roy Hujesman. To show our gratitude, I would like to welcome Professor Parikesit to present the certificate of appreciation for our insightful speaker and moderator. To Professor Parikesit, the time is yours.
Thank you very much. So thank you very much to all the honorable invited speakers for your far-sighted presentations. And on behalf of the Universitas Padjadjaran, I would like to present this certificate first to Professor Sunardi, PhD. And thank you very much for your presentation. And then the second certificate I would like to present to Dr. Deepak Kumar Verma. Thank you very much for your talk, Dr. Deepak. And then next, I would like to present this certificate to Professor Anisia Jegler, PhD. And thank you very much for your very insightful presentation. And last but not least, it is also very honored to meet you again, Pak Roy. Thank you very much for always supporting our academic event, and so thank you very much for your talk in this colloquium. And once again, I would like to thank our moderator, Mr. Dika Supiandi. Thank you very much for moderating all the sessions during this morning's colloquium, and also to all participants. Thanks again for your patience attending this colloquium. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Parikesit, for passing the certificate. Ladies and gentlemen, we have had productive and inspiring time together today. I hope you found this conference informative and helpful. And let me conclude this event on behalf of the committee by thanking once again to the Honorable Professor Dr. E.R. Hendarmawan, MSc, as the Vice Rector for Research and Innovation of Pajajaran University, the Honorable Haji Diana Sari, SPMMGT, PhD, as Director of Innovation and Corporation of Pajajaran University, to the Honorable Keynote Speaker, Mr. Osamu Saito, and invited speaker, Mr. Sunardi, Mr. Deepak Kumar, Mrs. Anisha Jegler, and Mr. Roy Hujesman. And thank you for all participants for joining today's e-conference International Colloquium on Youth, Environment, and Sustainability 2021, Youth Role for Sustainable Environment and Lifestyle. We all hope you have been enjoying yourself at this conference so far. Let us be guided by all the things we'll have learned and heard throughout the conference and be able to see and influence our future. And coming up to the break session for about 45 minutes. While we're on break, we will present to you the parallel session schedule and the poster schedule. And you could all see the schedule and poster on the screen. And we will be back for our next agenda, the parallel session. And please be note that our session will be start at 13:45. Thank you for your attention and see you later.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody.
pernapasan ada dua proses ya, tadi ada metabolisme.
Check. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please be prepared. We are going to the next agenda. Welcome back to today's conference. We will do the next agenda, the parallel session. You could access the break room from the breakout rooms option on your Zoom, based as guided on the screen, based on the schedule. You can choose the break room on yourself. I hope you enjoy the parallel session. And ladies and gentlemen, from the depth of my heart, I do apologize for my mistake in presenting this event. And I'm Dwi Putri Handayani signing off. Thank you very much for your kind attention. And please stay safe and stay healthy and goodbye. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yay.
No, I got room for four.